The memory of those words, uttered with such cold satisfaction, that is how she learns to behave, still makes my blood run cold, even after 3 long years. The chilling echo of that applause, a mother's sickening approval as her son laid his hands on my daughter, continues to haunt the quiet corners of my mind. My name is Madison Harper. I am 57 years old, a family law attorney by profession, specializing in the darkest corners of domestic violence. For 32 years, I have stood as a bulwark for women who had lost their voices, their courage, their very selves. I have battled corrupt judges, faced down men whose cruelty knew no bounds, and dissected the intricate web of families shielding their abusers. Yet, in all those decades, absolutely nothing in my career and my life could have prepared me for the visceral horror of seeing my own daughter beaten, right there in front of my eyes. This is the story I never thought I would have to tell. The unraveling of a family, not by a grand tragedy, but by a seemingly innocent Sunday dinner. The story of how 30 seconds of shocked silence irrevocably altered the destinies of 4 people. Because, you see, they truly had no idea who they were messing with. Let me take you back to that fateful night. It was a Sunday, the crisp air of autumn 20th already hinting at winter's approach. I remember the exact date with agonizing clarity because it was the birthday of my late husband, Madison Harper, the man who had been my anchor. He had passed away 2 years prior from a sudden, brutal heart attack, leaving me adrift in that sprawling suburban house that once overflowed with laughter and the warmth of a life well lived. My only daughter, Chloe Bennett, had insisted I not be alone. "Mom, you can't be alone on Dad's birthday. Please come over. I'll make his favorite dish. Podruast." That was Chloe, my brilliant Chloe Bennett. 32 years old, a chemical engineer with a mind as sharp as a newly honed blade. She had inherited her father's formidable intellect and what I had always believed was my own unyielding tenacity. Or so I thought. I arrived precisely at 7 that evening, driving up the winding roads to her house in the hills. It was a stunning residence, a testament to success, which she and Ethan had purchased just a year earlier with the inheritance Madison Harper had left us. Against my accountant's staunch advice, I had given Chloe her full share. "Mrs. Vance, are you sure you don't want to put this in a trust, just in case?" "Just in case?" I had asked, irritation prickling at my voice. My accountant, a shrewd woman named Eleanor Vance, had met my gaze with a knowing solemnity that now chilled me to the bone. "Just in case, Madison, your daughter marries a man who turns out to be a monster." I should have listened to her. When I stepped inside, the dining table was already impeccably set. Fine crystal shimmered under the soft glow of scented candles. The air was heavy with the rich, comforting aromas of a meal meticulously prepared. Chloe had clearly been cooking for hours. The pot roast, the creamy mashed potatoes, the homemade biscuits, the collective scent immediately transported me back to our own kitchen. I could almost see Madison Harper, my husband, tasting the gravy directly from the pot, his eyes closed in concentration, while younger Chloe, barely tall enough to reach the counter, would steal bites of carrots from a simmering pot. But something was profoundly different tonight. Chloe Bennett herself was different. Her usually flowing auburn hair was shorter than I remembered, almost grazing her shoulders. She wore a long-sleeved blouse, an odd choice given the lingering warmth of an autumn evening. And when she wrapped her arms around me in a hug, I felt a peculiar stiffness in her embrace, as if every muscle in her body was coiled taut, on high alert. "Honey, are you all right?" I asked, my voice instinctively dropping to a concerned whisper. "Sure, Mom. Just tired from work," she replied, pulling away perhaps a little too quickly. I should have pressed her. I should have insisted, dug deeper. But then he was there, her husband, Ethan Collins, a charming smile plastered on his face. A smile I had always found unervingly perfect, too practiced, devoid of genuine warmth. "Mother-in-law, so good to see you. Come in." He boomed, his voice radiating an artificial conviviality that grated on my nerves. And then, emerging from the shadows behind him, like a specter materializing, was his mother, Rebecca Hayes. 64 years old, a widow, yes, but a starkly different kind of widow for myself. Her husband had died a decade ago under circumstances that remained shrouded in a hazy ambiguity, an accident, a fatal fall down the stairs of their own home. The investigation had been closed with an almost unnatural swiftness. With 30 years of navigating the murky waters of family cases, I had sensed something deeply unsettling about Rebecca from the moment I first met her at Chloe's wedding. But Chloe had been so incandescently happy, so utterly consumed by love, that I had swallowed my suspicions, keeping them locked away. Another mistake that now clawed at me from the depths of every sleepless night. "Elena, dear, what a joy to have you here," Rebecca purred, her voice dripping with the cloying sweetness I had come to recognize as her signature. "Chloe Bennett has prepared a truly delicious dinner. My son is so lucky to have such a dedicated wife." A dedicated wife. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implication. They painted Chloe not as an equal partner, but as a diligent servant, constantly striving to earn her place in a house that she, in fact, had largely paid for with her own hard-earned inheritance. The subtle jab was unmistakable, and it set my teeth on edge. We settled around the table. Ethan Collins, naturally, took the head, a position he clearly considered his birthright. Rebecca Hayes was positioned to his right, while I sat opposite her, my gaze unconsciously drawn to Chloe. My daughter was trapped, literally, between her husband and her mother-in-law, like a fragile butterfly pinned between two immovable walls. The dinner began in an unnerving quiet, too quiet. Rebecca, ever the conversationalist, filled the silence with a relentless monologue about her latest interior decorating project, her social triumphs at the country club, and how utterly marvelous it was to have her beloved son living so close now, practically in the same neighborhood. I ate in a strained silence, my lawyer's mind already engaged in silent observation. I watched Chloe, her hands trembling imperceptibly as she served the food. I watched Ethan, who offered not a single word of thanks, his attention fixed solely on his plate. And I watched Rebecca, whose subtle criticisms, delivered with a smile, were far more insidious than any direct insult. "The gravy is a bit salty, don't you think, son?" she inquired, her gaze darting to Chloe. "And these biscuits are a little cold. In my day, wives knew to get up earlier to ensure everything was perfect for their families." With every insidious word, I saw my daughter, my brilliant, strong, fiercely independent daughter, shrink further into herself, her vibrant spirit dimming under their combined weight. Then it happened. Chloe was pouring more water into Ethan's glass when her hand gave the barest tremor. A single, insignificant drop of water fell onto the pristine white tablecloth. The silence that followed was not merely quiet. It was deafening, a thick, suffocating blanket that pressed down on us all. Ethan Collins slowly, deliberately, placed his fork onto his plate. The sharp clang of metal against porcelain reverberated through the dining room like a sudden gunshot, shattering the fragile pretense of civility. "Do you see what you did?" Ethan's voice was dangerously calm, a low, menacing rumble that promised retribution. My daughter's lips parted to utter an apology, but he offered her no reprieve, no chance to speak. What transpired next unfolded in a nightmarish slow motion, yet simultaneously with a brutal, disorienting speed that my mind could barely process. Ethan Collins pushed himself up from his chair, his movements deliberate, predatory. He reached out and slapped my daughter. Once, twice, 3 times. The sickening, resonant sound of his hand striking Chloe Bennett's face echoed through the elegant dining room, obliterating all other noise. My daughter crumpled, falling from her chair, her body hitting the cold, unforgiving marble floor with a thud that echoed in my soul. And then, through the haze of my shock, I heard it again. The applause. Rebecca Hayes, clapping, her face alight with a sickeningly satisfied smile. "That is how she learns to behave," she declared, her voice devoid of any empathy. "A clumsy wife needs correction. I also had to educate my husband this way. It is for her own good." My blood, already chilled, solidified into ice in my veins. For 30 agonizing seconds, I was utterly paralyzed. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. 32 years spent defending women brutalized by violence, yet I stood utterly inert as it happened directly before my eyes to my own child. But those 30 seconds, I would later realize, were not a surrender to paralysis. They were a period of intense, ice-cold calculation. In the depths of my mind, I began to process every detail, every nuance, with the forensic precision of a lawyer who had witnessed such scenes hundreds of times. The intricate dance of power and control, the insidious nature of forced submission, the chilling normalization of violence, the complicity of family members. And then, something else clicked into place. I saw the glass of water with its faint condensation ring on the table, the single fallen drop, and the sheer, disproportionate rage of Ethan Collins's reaction. This was not the first time. I rose from my chair, slowly, deliberately, without uttering a single word. Ethan Collins watched me, that arrogant, self-satisfied smile still lingering on his lips. He was expecting it, I knew. He expected me to scream, to make a scene, to dissolve into hysterical tears like all emotional women were supposed to do. But I did not scream. Instead, with hands that were miraculously steady, unmarred by even a flicker of a tremor, I reached into my purse and retrieved my phone. I dialed a number I had kept on speed dial for 20 years. Captain Anderson, I stated, my voice so shockingly cold, so utterly devoid of emotion, that it even surprised me. This is Madison Harper. I need an immediate response unit at 345 Sunset Boulevard, apartment 802. Domestic violence in progress, with witnesses. I am activating the recording on my phone now. And I did. I tapped the screen, the small indicator glowing red, confirming the recording was active. I placed the phone on speakerphone, right in the center of the table, and met Ethan Collins's gaze directly, unflinchingly. Repeat what you just did, I challenged him, my voice a silken thread of steel. Repeat what your mother just said. Please. I have all night. Ethan Collins's face, which moments ago had been flushed with arrogant satisfaction, drained of color, turning from a ruddy red to a ghostly white in precisely 3 seconds. You can't, he stammered, his composure beginning to crack. I'm a lawyer specializing in gender violence for 32 years. I reminded him, my voice still dangerously calm, each word a hammer blow. I have personally prosecuted 218 men just like you. I have direct, unfettered contact with the special prosecutor's office. And you, Ethan Collins, just beat my daughter in front of me, in front of your mother, who not only applauded your violence, but actively justified it, making her a legal accomplice. I walked over to Chloe, who was still on the floor, her face bruised and reddened, silent tears tracking paths down her cheeks. I helped her up gently, my touch careful, already mentally assessing her for any serious injuries. Mom, she whispered, her voice fragile. Silence, my love, I murmured, smoothing her hair. I'm doing the talking now. Ethan Collins took a hesitant step towards me, but I simply raised a hand, a gesture of absolute authority. If you touch me, Ethan, that's 3 more felonies, I stated, my voice crisp and precise. Threat, attempted aggression against a key witness, and obstruction of justice. Do you want to keep adding years to your sentence? Rebecca Hayes, for the first time all night, had completely lost her saccharine smile. Her face was pale, her lips trembling. This is a family matter, she insisted, her voice now a desperate tremor. You have no right to— I have every right in the world, madam. I cut her off, my gaze fixed on her. I'm a direct witness to a violent crime punishable by 3 to 6 years in prison. And you, as an active accomplice who both justified and celebrated the violence, can face up to 4 additional years. At that precise moment, we all heard them, the distant wail of sirens, growing louder with every passing second. I had told Captain Anderson they would arrive in half an hour, a standard estimation. But I had known the captain for 2 decades. He knew that when Madison Harper called, it was always serious. They had arrived in 17 minutes. 3 patrol cars screamed to a halt in front of the building. 6 officers ascended to the apartment. Captain Anderson, a man whose imposing presence I had come to respect over hundreds of cases, entered first. Attorney Vance, he greeted me formally, his eyes sweeping the scene. His gaze then fell upon Chloe Bennett, her face still red and tear-streaked, trembling slightly. Captain Anderson's expression hardened, his jaw tightening. We caught them in the act. I informed him, my voice devoid of emotion. 3 blows, direct witness, partial recording on my phone, and an accomplice present. The captain nodded grimly and turned to Ethan Collins. Sir, you have a right to remain silent. What followed was pure, efficient protocol. Ethan Collins was arrested. Rebecca Hayes was also taken into custody as an accomplice. Both were handcuffed, their defiant postures crumbling, and escorted to the waiting patrol car. Before he was led away, Ethan Collins cast a look of pure, unadulterated hatred at me, a look I knew I would never, ever forget. This is not going to stay like this, he snarled, his voice low and venomous. My family has contacts. Your contacts are worth precisely nothing when there is solid evidence and multiple witnesses. I interrupted him, my voice cutting through his bravado like ice. And if you dare try to intimidate me or come anywhere near my daughter again, I will personally ensure that every single day of your sentence is spent in the prison furthest from this city, in the most desolate cell I can find. They took him away, and for the first time all night, I allowed myself to fully embrace my daughter. She collapsed into my arms, sobbing, crying out years of suppressed silence, of gnawing fear, of feeling hopelessly trapped in a nightmare she hadn't known how to escape. It felt like an eternity before she could speak. Why didn't you tell me? I asked, my voice thick with unshed tears. She pulled back slightly, her eyes filled with shame. I was ashamed, Mom. You've always been so strong, always defending other women, always so fearless. How was I ever going to tell you that I was a victim myself? How could I accept that I married a man who turned out to be exactly the kind of monster you fight against? I hugged her tighter, fiercely, a promise echoing in my heart. It ends today, my love. And so it was. But this story does not end with an arrest. This story, in many ways, was just beginning. Because what Ethan Collins and Rebecca Hayes did not know, could not comprehend, was that the universe has a very particular, often brutal way of serving justice. And I, Madison Harper, was going to make absolutely certain that every single one of their malicious actions had its undeniable, devastating consequence. Sometimes we place our trust in the wrong people blindly. Have you, too, been profoundly disappointed by someone you once loved, someone you thought you knew? Tell me your story in the comments below. I want to read them. Before I delve into the unfolding saga of what happened after that terrifying night, it is imperative that you understand something fundamental. You need to know who Chloe Bennett was before Ethan Collins twisted her world. Because when you witness a woman shattered by violence, it is far too easy to forget the vibrant girl she once was. A girl who laughed with fearless abandon. A teenager whose heart overflowed with boundless dreams. A woman who walked through life with her head held high, radiating confidence and purpose. Chloe Bennett entered our lives on July 23rd, in the glorious heart of summer. Madison Harper, my beloved husband, and I had been married barely 2 years when her first cry filled our home, a sound that, in that moment, seemed the most beautiful melody in the entire world. My husband was an architect, a noble man, a gentle soul, the kind that feels increasingly rare in this hurried age. He never once raised his voice. He never once raised his hand. When disagreements inevitably arose between us, we would sit in our living room, a cup of coffee steaming between us, and talk, truly talk, until we found our common ground. That was how our marriage grew, nurtured by respect and understanding. And that was precisely how Chloe Bennett grew, immersed in that same environment of love and open communication. Our daughter was an incandescently curious child from her earliest days. I vividly remember when she was just 4 years old, a whirlwind of energy with inquisitive eyes, she meticulously disassembled our rotary house phone. She had wanted, with an earnest scientific curiosity, to see how the voices spoke from inside. Madison Harper, my husband, found the scattered pieces, the receiver, the dial, tiny wires, and a plethora of screws spread across the living room carpet. He laughed for a full half hour, a booming, joyful sound that echoed through the house. "This girl is going to be a scientist," he declared, wiping a tear of mirth from his eye as we knelt together, carefully collecting the myriad screws. And he was right. Chloe Bennett was always brilliant, not merely intelligent, but possessed of that rare, special spark, an insatiable desire to understand the fundamental mechanics of everything around her. Plants, complex machines, intricate chemical reactions, even the subtle intricacies of human behavior. When she was 12, a whirlwind of boundless energy and nascent genius, she won her first science fair. Her project, a groundbreaking model of water purification, was awarded first place. I can still picture her face when they handed her the ribbon, a radiant mixture of pure, unadulterated pride and that genuine, unaffected humility she never truly lost. "Mommy, do you think Dad is proud?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes wide with a hopeful vulnerability. "Your father has always been proud of you, my love," I told her, embracing her fiercely, "from the very day you were born." Madison Harper, my husband, was indeed there in the audience, his eyes shining with unshed tears of profound joy. That night, the three of us celebrated, go to Chloe Bennett's favorite restaurant, a small, unpretentious place downtown renowned for serving the best Swiss enchiladas in the entire district. To our scientist, Madison Harper toasted, raising his glass of iced tea, his voice brimming with paternal pride. To our family, I added, raising my own glass. To being together, Chloe Bennett chimed in, her smile so bright it seemed to light up the entire room. That single word, together, was our unwavering anchor, the bedrock of our existence. We didn't have a lot of money in those early years. Madison Harper's architectural career was just beginning to take flight, and I was still tirelessly building my reputation as a formidable family lawyer. But we possessed something infinitely more valuable than wealth. We had each other. Sundays were sacred in our house, a cherished ritual, an inviolable tradition. Madison Harper, a true culinary artist in his own right, always cooked pot roast. It was his signature dish, a cherished recipe meticulously passed down through generations from his grandmother. He would spend hours meticulously preparing the meat, lovingly blending spices, and painstakingly adjusting the flavor of the rich, savory gravy. Chloe Bennett and I were his official, indispensable assistants. She, with her innate scientific precision, would meticulously measure the ingredients, while I, the storyteller, would regale my husband with the family anecdotes he so loved to hear. "Have I told you about the Mrs. Dominguez case?" I would ask, my eyes tearing up slightly from chopping onions. "Mom, you've told us that case like 20 times. Chloe Bennett would laugh, her voice bright and full of life. "But this time I got new details," I would retort, and so we would spend our afternoons, enveloped in laughter, the comforting aroma of simmering roast, and the irresistible scent of the biscuits Madison Harper always insisted on making by hand, because, as he would declare with firm conviction, store-bought ones simply didn't taste the same. Those Sundays. How I miss those Sundays. Chloe Bennett grew up fast. Too fast, really. Like all children do, it seemed, when you're not paying close enough attention. Suddenly, she was 15, then 18, then on the cusp of entering university. She chose chemical engineering at State University, and, unsurprisingly, she was always at the top of her class. Not out of an obsessive perfectionism, but because she possessed a genuine, profound love for what she did, a true passion for discovery. She would come home, eyes sparkling with excitement, eagerly recounting tales of exothermic reactions, complex material balances, and industrial processes that I, with my legal mind, could barely comprehend. "Mommy, did you know we can turn organic waste into clean energy? It's absolutely fascinating," she would exclaim, her hands animated. Madison Harper and I would listen, utterly mesmerized, our hearts swelling with pride to have a daughter so passionately devoted to the idea of changing the world for the better. When she graduated with honors at 24, Madison Harper, usually so composed, cried throughout the entire ceremony. He made no effort to hide his tears. He was simply too happy, too incredibly proud. "That is my daughter," he would declare to anyone sitting nearby, his voice thick with emotion. "That is my Chloe Bennett." After the graduation ceremony, we took a photograph, the three of us together. That cherished photograph now stands framed prominently in my living room. Chloe Bennett, radiant in the center, clutching her diploma, with Madison Harper and me on either side, our arms wrapped around her, all of us smiling, brimming with a shared, unadulterated joy. We didn't know then that it would be one of the last complete photographs we would ever have as a family. Chloe Bennett secured a job immediately after graduation at a major pharmaceutical company. She became a dedicated researcher, tirelessly developing new processes to make generic drugs more accessible to those who needed them most. Her lifelong dream had always been to engage in science that genuinely helped people. "I don't want to work just for money, Mom," she had confided in me. "I want my work to truly mean something." And it did mean something. Within 2 years, she had already ascended to the position of project leader. She published 3 groundbreaking articles in prestigious international scientific journals. She traveled to conferences presenting her research in Europe and across the United States. She was independent, undeniably successful, and radiantly happy. She lived alone in a small but cozy apartment in the city, her sanctuary. On weekends, she would go running in the park, letting the city blur around her. She'd meet up with her university friends for lively brunches and cultural outings, visiting exhibitions and museums. And every Sunday, without fail, she would return home for Dad's pot roast. That was our untouchable tradition, a sacred ritual that defined our family. Until she met Ethan Collins. It happened at an industrial engineering conference approximately 5 years ago. He worked at a consulting firm, presenting a sleek, polished project on process optimization. Chloe Bennett was there, representing her pharmaceutical company, a beacon of intelligence and competence. "Mommy, I met someone," she told me that afternoon on the phone, her voice alight with an unfamiliar emotion, a breathless excitement I had never heard from her before. My heart skipped a beat, not with pure joy, but with that peculiar, bittersweet ache every mother feels when her daughter is truly growing up on the precipice of sharing her life with someone new. "Tell me," I urged, a knot already forming in my stomach. "His name is Ethan Collins. He's an industrial engineer, super smart, funny, and he has these incredible eyes." We talked for 3 hours after the conference. Mom, 3 hours. I didn't even notice the time. I wanted desperately to be happy for her. I wanted to feel that pure, unadulterated joy a mother is supposed to feel when her daughter falls in love for the very first time. But something deep inside me stirred, an unsettling ripple. A silent alarm blared in the back of my mind, a premonition I couldn't quite interpret at that moment. "When are we going to meet him?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. "Soon. Very soon. I want Dad and you to meet him." 3 weeks later, Ethan Collins arrived for dinner at our house. He was precisely on time, bearing a bottle of expensive wine from Madison Harper and a lavish bouquet of roses for me. He was impeccably dressed, flawlessly groomed, and his smile was, as I'd mentioned before, perfect. Too perfect. "Mrs. Vance, it is an honor to finally meet you," he said, extending his hand. His grip was firm, almost aggressively so. "Chloe Bennett has told me so much about you and your groundbreaking work. I deeply admire what you do for women, especially those victims of violence." The right words, spoken with the right tone, accompanied by the right posture. He was a master of performance. Madison Harper, ever the gracious host, shook his hand, and they engaged in a lively conversation about architecture and engineering, about ambitious projects, and promising professional perspectives. My husband seemed comfortable, even impressed by him. But I watched. I watched with the keen, discerning eye of a lawyer who had spent decades observing human behavior, sifting truth from deception. I watched how he subtly, almost imperceptibly, interrupted Chloe Bennett whenever she spoke, subtly redirecting the conversation. I watched how his perfect smile, never quite reached his eyes, leaving them cold and calculating. I watched how, when Chloe Bennet excitedly mentioned a recent professional achievement of her own, he swiftly, almost dismissively, changed the subject to his own, far grander successes. These were small details, insignificant to any normal person. But I had spent 30 years seeing patterns where others saw only isolated incidents, and I recognized the insidious warning signs. That night, after Ethan Collins and Chloe Bennet had finally left, Madison Harper found me in the kitchen, meticulously washing dishes in a heavy, contemplative silence. "What is wrong, love?" he asked, his voice soft with concern, knowing my silence is better than anyone. "I don't know. Something just doesn't add up." He put an arm around me, offering comfort. "Give him time, Elena. It's the first time you've seen Chloe Bennet so utterly in love. It's natural to worry." Perhaps he was right. Perhaps I was projecting my harrowing work cases onto my personal life, allowing the shadows of the courtroom to cloud my judgment. Perhaps I was simply being an overprotective mother. But my instinct was screaming a primal, insistent warning that refused to be silenced. The months that followed saw Chloe Bennet and Ethan Collins become inextricably inseparable. Gradually, subtly, she began to talk less and less about her own groundbreaking work, her professional passions, and more about him, his life, his needs. She stopped going to her beloved gym classes because Ethan Collins preferred they spend that time together. She ceased going out with her cherished university friends on Fridays because he insisted it was their special night. "Mommy, I'm happy," she would insist, her voice strained with an almost desperate cheerfulness. "Really happy." I wanted to believe her. God knows, I desperately wanted to believe her. Then, 6 months later, we met Rebecca Hayes. It was at a family lunch Ethan Collins organized. His mother, according to her own account, had just moved to the city, purportedly to be closer to her devoted son. "He's all I have since my husband died," she explained, her voice oozing with that sweet, manipulative tone I would later learn to utterly detest. Rebecca Hayes was unlike anyone I had ever encountered. Elegant in appearance, her clothes tailored perfectly, but possessing an energy so vast and pervasive it seemed to occupy the entire space around her. She talked incessantly, a relentless stream of self-aggrandizement, always skillfully steering the conversation back to Ethan Collins, to how utterly wonderful he was, to how much she had suffered, sacrificing everything to raise him alone after her husband's untimely death. "It was a terrible accident," she recounted, her eyes dramatically moist with carefully manufactured tears. "He fell down the stairs. I never truly got over that loss." But her body language betrayed her words. There was no genuine pain etched in her carefully composed expression, only a flawless, chilling performance. And the way she looked at Chloe Bennet, a slow, appraising gaze, as if she were evaluating a piece of property, measuring, weighing, deciding if my daughter was truly good enough, valuable enough, to be owned by her precious son. After that lunch, Madison Harper and I talked until dawn, the unsettling encounter keeping us both wide awake. "That woman gives me a bad vibe," I confessed, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "Me too, Elena," he agreed, his brow furrowed with concern. "But Chloe Bennet is an adult now. We can't." I know, I interrupted, my heart heavy with a sense of impending doom. "But something is wrong. I can feel it." Madison Harper pulled me into his arms that night, a familiar embrace that had cradled me through 1,000 storms during our marriage. It was the kind of hug that promised everything would be all right, even when a cold dread whispered otherwise. "If something is wrong, Chloe will see it. We raised her to be smart, to be strong. Let's trust her." His words, meant to soothe, felt like a desperate plea for normalcy. A part of me, the loving mother, yearned to believe him, to let go of the nameless fear gnawing at my soul. But the lawyer in me, seasoned by years of witnessing the hidden cruelties of the world, saw the cracks in his optimism. And I trusted. That was my mistake. My greatest, most unforgivable mistake. A year later, the scene unfolded like a meticulously staged dream. Ethan Collins proposed to Chloe, a spectacle worthy of a Hollywood romance. It happened at a sprawling lake house, blanketed in a sea of rose petals, the air perfumed with their scent, and the mournful, sweet strains of violins echoing across the water. She said yes, tears of unadulterated happiness streaming down her face. When she called us, her voice bubbling with joy, I hugged my daughter tight. I told her I was happy for her, and in a way, a small, hopeful part of me genuinely was. The other part, the experienced lawyer I had spent my life becoming, was screaming in silence. It was a visceral, soundless shriek of alarm, trapped deep within my chest. The wedding, just a few months later, was breathtaking. 200 guests gathered in a sun-drenched garden in California's wine country, the air buzzing with champagne and celebration. Chloe was radiant in her white gown, a vision of bridal beauty, just as all brides should be. Madison walked her down the aisle, his hand firm on her elbow. I remember the moment he paused, just before giving her away, and looked back at me. In his eyes, I saw it, the same flicker of worry, the same unspoken apprehension that had been haunting me. But by then it was too late. We had already said yes. We had already given our blessing. The first months of their marriage unfolded with a deceptive calm, a veneer of normalcy that masked the subtle shifts beneath. Chloe still came home on Sundays, a cherished tradition of roast dinners and easy conversation, though now Ethan was always by her side. His presence, at first, was merely an addition, but soon it began to subtly reshape the familiar contours of our family. Conversations no longer flowed with the same natural ease, the effortless back and forth replaced by a strange tension. Ethan always had an opinion, a definitive pronouncement on every topic, whether trivial or profound. He would always correct some minor detail in Chloe's stories, his tone dismissive, as if she were prone to inaccuracy. And inevitably, he would always divert the attention back to himself, or to them, as a couple, an invisible wall erected around Chloe. Slowly, imperceptibly, Chloe began to talk less. Her vibrant voice, once so full of life, became softer, more hesitant. Then, the world shattered. Madison Harper died. It was sudden, brutal, and utterly unfair. A massive heart attack while he slept, taking him without a whisper of pain. He went in peace, yet he went too soon. 62 years old, still so full of life, so many dreams unfulfilled. We had countless years ahead, so many more Sunday roasts to share, so many stories to create, so many grandchildren to meet and spoil. But he was gone, and with him, the very equilibrium of our family, the anchor that held us steady, simply vanished. The funeral was a blur, a whirlwind of pain and disbelief. Chloe sobbed in my arms, her grief raw and unrestrained, a sound I hadn't heard since she was a heartbroken child. Ethan was there, impeccably dressed, offering correct and appropriate condolences, but remaining strangely distant, as if fulfilling a social obligation rather than comforting his shattered wife. Rebecca Hayes, for her part, seized the opportunity to narrate her own, supposedly more tragic saga. I know exactly how you feel, Elena. I also lost the love of my life. Although I must say my loss was more traumatic because it was violent. Even in the depths of my own crushing pain, I recognized the blatant manipulation, the perverse need to center herself in our suffering. But I was too broken, too utterly hollowed out to confront her. The weeks after the funeral were the darkest of my life. Our house, once a bustling sanctuary of warmth and laughter, felt empty, haunted by the ghosts of a life that no longer existed. Madison's coffee mug still sat on the kitchen counter. His worn robe hung in the bathroom. His beloved architecture books lay open in his study, waiting for a hand that would never return. Chloe came every day, a beacon in my fog of grief. She stayed with me, a quiet, steadfast presence. She made me food I couldn't eat, forced me to shower when all I wanted was to dissolve, pulled me out of bed when I wished only to disappear. Mom, you have to keep going. Dad will want you to keep going. And she was right. But going on without Madison was like breathing without air, a constant, agonizing struggle for survival. It was during those agonizing months that Ethan Collins began to change. Or perhaps, more accurately, he merely stopped hiding. Maybe he finally showed the man he had always been. He started subtly suggesting that Chloe shouldn't visit me so often. Your mother is fine. She has to learn to be independent. His words, coded in a false concern, were designed to isolate her. Then came the criticisms of her work, her clothes, her schedule. Why do you get home so late from the office? What are you really doing? His questions were laced with suspicion, turning innocent actions into potential transgressions. And Chloe, devastated by the loss of her father, vulnerable and desperately seeking any semblance of stability, began to give in. She stopped coming as often. She stopped telling me as much. She stopped being the vibrant, independent woman she had always been. I noticed it in our phone calls, in the dullness that had replaced the bright sparkle in her voice, in how she always spoke in whispers, as if someone were listening. Honey, are you okay? Yes, Mom. I'm just tired from work. It was the same answer, over and over, hollow and rehearsed. And I, submerged in my own profound grief, didn't push harder. I did not insist enough. Another mistake, I carry a heavy stone in my heart. 6 months after Madison's death, the inheritance arrived. Madison had been a remarkably successful architect, not just creatively brilliant, but also financially astute. He had invested wisely, always thinking of our future, meticulously planning for our security. He left Chloe and me a considerable sum. I, without hesitation, gave Chloe her full half, without any restrictions, nearly $500,000. Mom, this is too much. You should keep more. No, my love. Your father wanted you to have security. He wanted you to be able to follow your dreams without financial worries. With that money, Chloe and Ethan bought the house in the hills, a beautiful, sprawling residence that should have been a home brimming with love and laughter. Instead, it became a prison. Visits became more and more spaced out. Chloe always had an excuse. Work, ongoing renovations, commitments with Ethan's family. When I did see her, I noticed subtle, disturbing changes. Her once free-flowing hair was now shorter, more severely styled. Her vibrant, confident clothes were replaced by more conservative, almost prim outfits. Her makeup was heavier, a mask to hide. What? Mom, I like this new style. She would say it with a forced cheerfulness that didn't reach her eyes. And in her eyes, I began to see something I had never witnessed before, a shadow that sent shivers down my spine. Fear. And I, blinded by my own overwhelming pain, by the suffocating weight of my grief, failed to recognize it. Not until that night, that damn night of autumn 20th, the night that irrevocably changed everything. The night I finally opened my eyes and saw, with sickening clarity, what had been happening right under my nose for 2 long, agonizing years. My daughter was not okay. My daughter had not been okay for a very long time, and I had been too lost in my own sadness to truly see. But that night, when I saw those 3 blows, when I heard that chilling applause, when I felt my blood freeze solid in my veins, that night, I recovered my purpose. That night, I remembered who I was. Elena Madison Harper, lawyer, fighter, mother. And nobody, absolutely nobody, was going to touch my daughter without facing severe consequences. As I recount all this, I wonder where you might be listening. Write the name of your city in the comments. The first fracture wasn't a physical blow. It was something far more subtle, far more insidious, infinitely more dangerous. It was a word. Let me explain. After that fateful night of autumn 20th, after Ethan Collins and Rebecca Hayes had been arrested and taken away, Chloe stayed with me in my house. I couldn't bear the thought of her returning to that residence in the hills, not that night. I needed her close, safe within my sight. I took her to her old room, the one we had kept exactly as she had left it when she moved out. Her single bed, covered by the sky blue quilt she herself had chosen at 15, waited. Her diplomas and awards still hung proudly on the wall. A cherished photograph of her with Madison at her college graduation smiled from the desk. Mom, I haven't slept here in so long, she whispered, her voice so small it broke my heart anew. I helped her change, pressing a set of my softest, cleanest pajamas into her hands. Then, I made her chamomile tea with honey, just as I had done when she was a child plagued by sleepless nights. We sat together on her bed, just as we had on countless nights throughout her childhood. "Tell me everything," I said softly, my voice calm but firm. "From the beginning. I need to know when it started." Chloe remained silent for a long time, her gaze fixed on her cup of tea, watching the steam rise in delicate, ephemeral spirals. Finally, she spoke. "Do you remember our honeymoon in Italy?" Of course, I remembered. It had only been 3 years ago. Chloe had returned with hundreds of photographs, each one a testament to their apparent bliss. The impossible blue sea of Mykonos, the ancient ruins of Rome, the breathtaking sunsets in Santorini. In every single photo, she was smiling, radiant, utterly happy. On the last night in Mykonos, Chloe continued, her voice trembling slightly. "We were having dinner at that restaurant overlooking the sea. Do you remember I sent you that photo?" I nodded. I remember it perfectly. Chloe in a flowing white dress, the sun dipping behind her, her smile wide and genuine, radiating pure joy. They had been drinking wine, celebrating their new beginning. A waiter approached their table, a young man, Greek, very kind. He asked her in English if everything was satisfactory with the food. Chloe told him yes, everything was delicious. They spoke for maybe 30 seconds, a polite, innocuous exchange. Chloe took a long sip of her tea, her hands shaking almost imperceptibly. When the waiter left, Ethan stayed quiet. I thought he was just enjoying the view, the moment. But when I looked at him, he had that expression. That expression I later learned to fear. And what expression? I asked, my blood already running cold. Cold. Distant. As if suddenly I was a stranger. They finished dinner in a strained silence. They returned to the hotel, the romantic evening curdled by an unspoken tension. Chloe had rationalized it. She thought he would get over it, that maybe it had been the wine or the exhaustion of the trip. But when we got to the room, he closed the door and looked me directly in the eyes. Chloe paused, taking a deep, shuddering breath. I waited, giving her all the space she needed. He called me a flirt, just one single word. But the way Chloe pronounced it, with that crushing weight, with that contained pain, made me understand that it hadn't been just a word. It had been a sentence. I asked him what he meant. He told me he had seen how I smiled at the waiter, how I prolonged the conversation unnecessarily, how clearly I was seeking his attention. I told him he was crazy, Mom. I had just been polite. That's how I am with everyone. And then he laughed. It wasn't a normal laugh. It was a condescending laugh, as if I were a silly girl who didn't understand the world. What did he tell you? He told me that maybe I didn't realize what I was doing, that maybe I was naturally such a flirt that I didn't even notice, that his mother had warned him that women too independent, like me, sometimes didn't know how to behave appropriately in a marriage. I felt the rage, hot and sharp, rise up my throat. But I held it back, clenching my jaw. I needed to hear everything. I spent the rest of the night apologizing, Mom. Apologizing for something I hadn't done, because he made me feel that maybe I had done something wrong without realizing it. That maybe I had been inappropriate. That maybe I needed to be more aware of how my actions could be misinterpreted. That was the first fracture. I didn't realize it at that moment. I thought it was a misunderstanding. I thought he was being sensitive because it was our honeymoon and he wanted everything to be perfect. Chloe wiped a single tear that had escaped, tracing a path down her cheek. But the next day, at the airport, on the way back home, he bought flowers. Red roses. He hugged me and told me he was sorry, that he had overreacted, that it was because he loved me so much that the idea of losing me made him irrational. The classic cycle. The explosion, the honeymoon phase, the tense calm, and then the inevitable explosion again. I had seen it play out hundreds of times in my cases, in the lives of other women. And now I was seeing it in my own daughter. When was the next time? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. 2 months later. We went to a work meeting for my company. It was a celebration. We had closed an important contract. My boss, Dr. Ramirez, congratulated me publicly. He hugged me. A professional hug. Appropriate, the kind you give in work contexts. Ethan claimed you did it. That night, he yelled at me for the first time. He said I had humiliated him, That everyone at that party had seen how I allowed my boss to touch me. That clearly I had no respect for our marriage. I explained that he was my boss, that it had been a professional hug, that there were 50 other people there. But he didn't listen. He kept yelling. He called me naive. He called me stupid. He told me that obviously my boss wanted something else, and that I was too stupid to realize. Chloe leaned back against the headboard of her bed, exhausted from recounting memories she had clearly been keeping locked away for far too long. I started being afraid to go out, Mom. Afraid to talk to coworkers. Afraid to smile too much. Afraid to wear clothes he considered provocative. I started constantly measuring myself. Is this blouse appropriate? Is this conversation innocent? Can this smile be misinterpreted? Daughter? That is psychological violence. It is control. I know, Mom. I know now. But at that moment, I just wanted things to go back to how they were at the beginning, when he was charming, when he made me feel special. I kept thinking that if I behaved correctly, if I was the perfect wife, he would go back to being that man I fell in love with. I recognized my own failure in that moment, the sickening clarity of hindsight. All the times Chloe had canceled plans with me. All the times she had stopped coming on Sundays. All the times her voice had sounded dull and distant on the phone. I had rationalized it all, convincing myself it was merely the grief from Madison, or the natural adjustment of marriage, or the busyness of adult life. But it hadn't been any of that. It had been this systematic isolation, this gradual control, this invisible, insidious violence. When did the blows start? I asked, though a part of me did not want to know the answer, dreaded hearing the reality. Chloe closed her eyes again, as if steeling herself against a fresh wave of pain. 8 months ago, a few days after we bought the house. The beautiful home, bought with her father's money. The money Madison Harper had left for her to have security, freedom, options. The irony was a cruel, bitter twist of the knife. I was so excited about the house. I wanted to decorate it, make it ours. I hired an interior designer, a talented young guy who came highly recommended by a friend. His name was Sebastian. I already knew where the story was going, the familiar patterns of the abuser emerging with chilling predictability. Sebastian came often, taking measurements, showing me color options, furniture samples. He was professional always. But Ethan didn't like it. He said Sebastian spent too much time in our house, that clearly he had intentions. I told him he was gay, Mom. Sebastian was openly gay. He was engaged to his partner. I even showed him his Instagram profile, where he was clearly seen with his boyfriend. But Ethan didn't care. He said Sebastian could be bisexual, that he could be lying, that I was too trusting. He forbade me to continue working with Sebastian. I had to fire him, invent some flimsy excuse. Sebastian felt terrible. He thought he had done something inappropriate. I had to lie to him. And it was then when we had the worst argument up to that moment. I told him he was being irrational, that he had no right to control who I worked with, that was my house, too. Bought with my money. Chloe opened her eyes, which were red and swollen, brimming with unshed tears. He pushed me against the wall. He didn't hit me, not with a closed fist, but he pushed me so hard I hit my head against the plaster. I saw stars for a few seconds. I felt nauseous. He apologized immediately. He cried. He said he didn't know what had happened to him, that I had provoked him by mentioning my money when we were supposed to be a team, that he was under a lot of stress at work, that his mother was sick and he was worried. Chloe, he bought my forgiveness, Mom. Literally. The next day, he arrived with a diamond necklace. He took me to dinner at the most expensive restaurant in the city. He told me he was going to change, that he was going to go to therapy, that he loved me more than anything in the world. Did he go to therapy? I asked, already knowing the answer. He went to 2 sessions. Then he said the therapist didn't understand him, that the therapist was on the side of women and that it wasn't fair. Of course not. Abusers never accept responsibility. They always find excuses. They always blame others. And they always victimize themselves. The following months were a cruel roller coaster. Some weeks, he was the perfect man. He brought me flowers. He wrote me sweet messages. He treated me like a queen. Other weeks, he was a stranger. Cold, critical, controlling. And Rebecca Hayes, I prompted, unable to hold back the question any longer. Where was Rebecca Hayes in all this? Chloe's face hardened, a mask of resentment settling over her features. Rebecca Hayes made everything worse, Mom. She moved closer to us 6 months ago. She bought an apartment 3 blocks from our house. 3 blocks. And she started coming over every day. Every single day, Mom. Sometimes without warning. She'd just arrive with her keys. Ethan had given her a set and walk in as if it were her own house. One day, I arrived home from work and found her reorganizing my kitchen, moving my things, throwing away spices that, according to her, were no longer good, changing plates around. I told her with all possible politeness that I appreciated her help, but that I preferred to organize my own kitchen. Do you know what she answered me? I shook my head, already dreading the reply. She told me, "A good wife accepts her mother-in-law's advice." I raised Ethan alone, working double shifts, sacrificing everything for him. The least you can do is let me help you be the wife he deserves. The wife he deserves, I repeated, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. Rebecca Hayes had an opinion on everything. On my clothes, that skirt is too short. What will people think? On my work, you should consider reducing your hours. Men need their wives to be available. On my kitchen, my son's roast is too salty. Clearly, you don't know the correct recipe. And Ethan? Ethan always defended her. Always. It didn't matter how unreasonable she was. He always took her side. He told me his mother had suffered a lot, that she had raised a son alone, that I should be more understanding. I started feeling like a stranger in my own house, Mom, as if I were living in their house, not mine, as if I were a guest who had earned the right to be there. Chloe got out of bed, walking to the window of her old room. She looked outside towards the garden, where Madison used to grow herbs for his cooking, a quiet, peaceful space. Do you know what the worst part is, Mom? What? That Rebecca Hayes talked to me about her marriage as if it were a role model. She told me how she educated her husband, how she put him in his place when he behaved badly, how she taught him that she was the one who ruled the house. I always thought those stories were strange. She talked about hitting him with objects when he got drunk, about hiding his money when he didn't behave well, about punishing him by locking him out of the house at night. A shiver ran down my back, cold and unwelcome. And when she told me these stories, she laughed. She laughed, Mom, as if they were funny marriage anecdotes, not blatant abuse. Do you think what if she killed her husband? I don't know. I murmured, the thought a chilling possibility. But every time she mentions it, there is something in her eyes, something cold, something that scares me. Chloe returned to bed, snuggling next to me, just as she had when she was a child and had nightmares. The first real blow, the first with a closed fist, was 4 months ago. It was something so stupid, so ridiculously stupid that I'm ashamed to even tell it. Tell me anyway, I insisted, stroking her hair. I was cooking dinner. Rebecca Hayes had just left, and she had, as usual, criticized everything. The cleanliness of the house, the food from the day before, my hair. I was tense, stressed, my nerves frayed. I was chopping onions with a knife Madison had given me, that Japanese one I liked so much. I remembered that knife perfectly. Madison had bought it on a trip to Japan, paying a fortune for it, because he knew how much Chloe loved cooking, how much joy she found in it. Ethan arrived home from work in a bad mood. He started complaining that the house smelled too much like onion. I explained I was cooking. He told me I could have ventilated better. I told him the windows were already open. And then, without any reason, without any real provocation, he told me, "You are useless. You cannot do even the simplest thing without ruining it." I turned to look at him, surprised, and he took that as a challenge. Chloe instinctively touched her jaw, as if the phantom pain of the blow still lingered. He hit me, a direct punch to the jaw. I fell to the floor. Dad's Japanese knife fell from my hand and dented against the tiles with a sickening clatter. Silent tears streamed down my face. I couldn't contain them. I just stayed there on my kitchen floor, bleeding from the mouth, looking at Dad's broken knife. And the only thing I thought was, "Dad, I need you. I don't know what to do without you." I hugged her tighter, pulling her close, burying my face in her hair. Rebecca Hayes was there, Chloe whispered, her voice barely audible. She had seen everything. Do you know what she did? What she knelt beside me and told me. What? Wives have to learn when to keep their mouth closed. I learned that lesson many years ago. Now it is your turn. After that, Ethan locked himself in his study. Rebecca Hayes, with an unnerving calm, helped me clean the blood. She gave me ice for my jaw. She even taught me how to cover the bruise. Yellow concealer first, then your skin tone, then powder, she explained with all the composure in the world, as if she were giving a normal beauty tutorial. I asked her if she had gone through this, if her husband had ever hit her. She looked me directly in the eyes, her gaze unflinching, almost cold. No, dear. I was smarter, Rebecca Hayes declared, the words dropping like stones into the sudden silence of the room. I learned to control the situation before it escalated. The composure she exuded was terrifying, a practiced mask of superiority. And in that chilling moment, a mosaic of disconnected observations, snippets of conversations, and unspoken tensions from the past 5 years clicked into place within my mind. The pieces began to fit with a sickening clarity. Rebecca Hayes had never been a victim. She was a master manipulator, a puppeteer who pulled strings from the shadows. Rebecca Hayes had been a perpetrator, an architect of quiet cruelty, and now, with Ethan Collins as her unwitting tool, she was actively cultivating a second generation of violence, a horrifying legacy. Why did you not tell me? I asked Chloe, the words barely a whisper, though a part of me already knew the answer. Because I was ashamed, Mom, Chloe confessed, her voice thick with tears, the vulnerability in her tone tearing at my heart. Because all my life I saw you, my formidable mother, standing tall, defending other women, a beacon of strength and justice. You are strong, unbreakable, brave. How was I going to tell you that I, your own daughter, had become exactly the kind of woman you rescue? A bitter sigh escaped her lips as she continued, detailing the insidious cycle that had trapped her. Besides, Ethan Collins always apologized afterwards. He always promised to change, his eyes wide with feigned remorse. He always convinced me that it had been my fault for provoking him, that my actions were the catalyst for his rage. And a foolish, stubborn part of me was still deeply in love with a man I thought I met 5 years ago. I kept waiting for that loving, charismatic man to return. But he was not going to return. No, because that man never truly existed. It was a carefully crafted mask, a charming facade designed to ensnare, and the mask fell off only when I was already hopelessly trapped. We remained submerged in a heavy, suffocating silence for what felt like an eternity. The antique grandfather clock in the living room chimed, its resonant strike announcing 3 o'clock in the morning, each bong echoing the passage of a night that had irrevocably altered our lives. What is going to happen now? Chloe Bennett finally asked, her voice small, fragile, lost. I looked at her, at the raw fear etched on her face, and felt a surge of energy I hadn't known I possessed. Now, I said, my voice ringing with a determination I hadn't felt in years, a steel resolve that hardened my spine. Now we're going to make damn sure that Ethan Collins and Rebecca Hayes face the full consequences of each and every one of their deplorable actions. We're going to meticulously use every single legal tool we have at our disposal. And we're going to get your life back, Chloe. Every single piece of it. Chloe's eyes, still clouded with apprehension, flickered with a fresh wave of fear. What if he gets out? What if he looks for me? He's not going to get out, I stated with absolute certainty, my voice firm. Not if I can help it. And if, by some twisted miracle, he does, he's going to have a restraining order so solid, so unyielding, that he won't even be able to think about you without breaking the law. He will become a phantom, a memory that cannot even touch the edges of your reality. A tiny, hesitant smile finally graced Chloe Bennett's lips. It was small, weak, and still tremulous, but undeniably real. It was a fragile spark in the vast darkness that had enveloped her. I missed you, Mom, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. I missed this version of you, the warrior. I pulled her into a tight embrace, burying my face in her hair. I never left, daughter. I was just asleep for a while, caught in the comfortable lull of routine. But I woke up that night, and now I'm wide awake. The two of us eventually fell asleep in her bed, tangled together, clinging to each other, just like when she was 5 years old and a fierce summer storm had scared her. But this time, the storm, or at least that particular tempest, had already passed. Or so we thought. Because what we didn't know then was that Ethan Collins and Rebecca Hayes were not going to give up so easily, and that the real battle, a far more brutal and cunning war, was just beginning. I still wonder, even now, if I did the right thing calling the police that night, or if I should have planned more carefully, gathered more ammunition before firing the first shot. It's a question that often haunts my quiet moments. And you, dear reader, what would you have done in my place? The days immediately following the arrest were unsettlingly strange, eerily silent, strangely peaceful, as if the entire world had pressed an unexpected pause button. Chloe Bennett stayed with me at my house, a quiet anchor in the surreal calm. We didn't talk much about going back to the house in the hills, the one that had been her marital home, now tainted with violent memories. Neither of us wanted to face that emotionally charged conversation yet. In the mornings, I made coffee, meticulously brewing it just the way Madison Harper used to, the familiar aroma, a comforting ghost in the quiet kitchen. Chloe Bennett would sit at the kitchen counter, wrapped loosely in one of my oversized robes, her gaze fixed out the window towards the lush garden, lost in her own thoughts. Sometimes we talked more frequently, exchanging quiet observations or sharing a fragile laugh. More often, we simply remained in a comfortable, understanding silence, that unique type of silence that only exists between two people who know each other deeply, whose unspoken emotions resonate in perfect harmony. It was the fourth day after the arrest when the fragile peace shattered. The first call came. I was in my study, surrounded by stacks of documents, meticulously reviewing them to prepare the formal case against Ethan Collins and Rebecca Hayes, when my phone rang, vibrating insistently on the polished mahogany desk. Unknown number. I usually never answer unknown numbers, dismissing them as telemarketers or wrong numbers, but something, an inexplicable premonition, made me press the green button. Attorney Vance? It was a woman's voice, older, refined, with that unmistakable tone of ingrained authority that comes from years of privilege and unchecked power. Yes. Who is speaking? I asked, my professional demeanor instantly engaged. My name is Christine Davis. I'm a close friend of Rebecca Hayes. Of course she was. The social circles were already closing ranks. How can I help you, Mrs. Davis? I asked, my voice betraying none of the apprehension stirring within me. Rather, I can help you, attorney, she purred, her tone dripping with condescension. I understand there was a bit of a misunderstanding between your daughter and my dear friend Ethan Collins. A misunderstanding. She dared to call 3 brutal blows to my daughter's face a misunderstanding. The audacity ignited a slow burn of anger in my chest. Mrs. Davis, with all due respect, there was no misunderstanding, I stated, my voice sharp, cutting through her saccharine facade. There was an act of egregious domestic violence that I witnessed directly, and that is thoroughly documented by the authorities. Oh, attorney, please. You are a woman of the world, she scoffed, dismissing my words with a wave of her hand I could almost visualize. You know how young marriages are. There are fights. There are tensions. That does not mean you should destroy the life of a successful man for a moment of. I interrupted her, my voice sounding colder than even I had intended, a frigid whisper that cut through her patronizing tone. A moment of what, exactly? Silence stretched on the other end, a momentary crack in her composure. What she tried to say, she continued, now with a more cautious, measured tone. It is just that Rebecca Hayes has told me a lot about her son. He is a good man, hard-working, devoted. And your daughter? Well, Rebecca Hayes mentions that Chloe Bennett can be somewhat challenging. There it was. The narrative I knew was coming, delivered with such practiced ease. The classic abuser's playbook. The victim provoked the abuser. The victim deserved it. The victim, in their twisted reality, was the real problem. Mrs. Davis, I'm going to be very clear, I declared, my voice now laced with ice. I have no interest in discussing my daughter's character with you or anyone else. My daughter was a victim of violence. Period. And both Ethan Collins and Rebecca Hayes are going to face the full legal consequences of their actions. That would be very unfortunate, she said, her tone subtly shifting. And now, Her voice had acquired a distinct, thinly veiled, threatening nuance, a predatory edge that sent a shiver down my spine. Ethan Collins comes from a very well-connected family. His uncle is a magistrate in the Superior Court. His cousin works in the Attorney General's office. It would be a shame if this matter became complicated for you in your legal practice. A veiled threat. How utterly predictable, yet still galling. I gripped the phone tighter, my knuckles white. Mrs. Davis, I have been in this profession for 32 years. I have faced down threats from narcos, from corrupt politicians, from powerful businessmen. If you think I'm going to back down because Ethan Collins' uncle is a magistrate, you clearly do not know who you are talking to. Besides, I continued, my voice unwavering. Every single word of this conversation is being recorded, as is my legal right, and any attempt at intimidation or interference with an active case constitutes obstruction of justice. Do you wish to continue? She hung up immediately, the abrupt click a testament to her discomfiture. I sighed, a long, weary exhalation, and immediately saved the recording in 3 different secure locations: my phone, my computer, and the cloud. 32 years in this brutal profession had taught me to document absolutely everything, to leave no stone unturned, no evidence unpreserved. Chloe Bennett appeared in the study doorway, her brow furrowed with concern, having heard the rising tension in my voice. Who was it? I told her about the call, watching her face pale as I recounted Christine Davis's words. Mom, Christine Davis is one of the most influential women in the neighborhood, Chloe said, her voice laced with fear. If she is on Rebecca Hayes' side, it does not matter whose side she is on, I retorted, trying to reassure her and myself. Justice does not work by social connections. But even as I said those words, the bitter truth resonated in my mind. I knew they were not completely true. Justice should work like that, based solely on facts and law. But in reality, connections mattered, power mattered, money mattered, and Ethan Collins, it seemed, had far more connections than I had initially anticipated. This was not just a legal battle. It was a war of influence. The second call came that very same afternoon, a rapid succession of attacks designed to overwhelm. This time, it was Lucy, my loyal and efficient assistant at the firm, her voice tight with nervousness. Attorney, I need to tell you something. A man arrived about an hour ago. He said he was Ethan Collins' lawyer. He left this. A moment later, she sent me a photo via WhatsApp. It was a lawsuit, a brutal, retaliatory lawsuit for defamation, false accusation, and moral damages filed against me and against Chloe Bennett. They were asking for an astronomical sum, $2 million in compensation. My jaw tightened. He also left something else, Lucy continued, her voice trembling slightly. A temporary court order suspending the restraining order against Mr. Ethan Collins, signed by Magistrate Henry, his uncle. Of course. My blood ran cold. How is it possible? I asked, though the answer was already sickeningly clear to me. Favors called in, calls made between powerful friends, the system working precisely as intended for whoever possessed the right connections. It is not legal, I stated, my voice a dangerous calm. I'm going to appeal immediately. Lucy, yes. Contact Magistrate Hernandez. She owes me a favor. I need her to review this case, personally. I will do it, Lucy affirmed, her voice gaining a touch of her usual resolve. I hung up and stared at the digital image of the lawsuit on my phone. $2 million, an amount clearly designed to intimidate, to terrify, to make people give up, to simply walk away from the fight. But I was not just people. I was Attorney Vance, and I was Chloe's mother. Chloe Bennett re-entered the study, her eyes wide with fresh panic. She had heard part of the conversation, the fragments of legal jargon and threats piercing the quiet of the house. Mom, this is getting out of control. Maybe we should... Should what? I looked directly into her eyes, my gaze unyielding, forcing her to meet it. Back down? Let him get away with it? Allow him to continue hitting you because he has a magistrate uncle? No, Chloe, absolutely not. But $2 million, Mom, she pleaded, her voice cracking. That could ruin us. Everything we've built. They're not going to win that lawsuit, I asserted, though a flicker of doubt, quickly suppressed, danced in my own mind. Is an intimidation tactic, pure and simple. But I saw the fear in Chloe Bennett's eyes, deep and undeniable. And for the first time since that terrible night, I saw something else, doubt. A dangerous, insidious seed of uncertainty blooming in her gaze. "Daughter, look at me." She did, though with obvious effort, her eyes darting away for a split second before locking onto mine. "Are you thinking about going back to him?" Silence. The single most terrifying sound a mother can hear. "Chloe Bennett, answer me." "I don't know," she whispered, the words barely audible, choked with despair. "I don't know, Mom. All this it's too much." The calls, the lawsuits, the threats. And then came the bombshell. And Ethan Collins has been writing to me. My blood froze in my veins for the second time that week, a cold, sickening dread spreading through my chest. "What?" "He writes to me from his lawyer's phone," she explained, her voice gaining a desperate urgency. "Long messages. He says he is sorry, that he is in therapy, that he finally understood what he did wrong, that Rebecca Hayes is also receiving psychological help, that if I give him one more chance, he is going to prove he can change." Chloe's eyes filled with tears, sparkling with a desperate hope I recognized all too well. "Chloe Bennett, I know what you're going to say. I know it is manipulation. I know he is probably lying. But Mom, what if this time it is true? What if he really is going to change? We were married 3 years. That has to mean something." I got up from my desk, my movements deliberate, and took my daughter's hands in mine, gripping them firmly. "Do you know how many times I have heard that same story? How many women have sat exactly where you are now, their eyes mirroring yours, saying exactly the same words? But they are not me," she insisted, a faint flicker of defiance in her voice. "You are right," I conceded, my voice softening slightly. "They're not, because many of them did not have the luck to have someone like me to help them get out. Many of them went back. And do you know what happened?" Chloe Bennett slowly shook her head, though I could see in her eyes that she already knew the chilling answer. "Some are in hospitals. Some are in wheelchairs. Some are in cemeteries. Ethan Collins would not kill me," she murmured, more to herself than to me, a desperate plea for reassurance. "That is exactly what all of them thought," I replied, my voice devoid of emotion, a stark warning. We remained silent for a long moment, the weight of my words hanging heavy in the air. I could clearly see the internal battle raging on my daughter's face, the rational part fighting desperately against the emotional part, the part that knew the terrifying truth against the part that still desperately wanted to believe in the fairy tale, in the man she thought she loved. "Let me show you something," I said, knowing words alone weren't enough. I led her to my home office, a quiet sanctuary filled with legal texts, opened my computer, and showed her statistics. Cold, hard, undeniable numbers that left no room for romantic delusion. 70% of women who return to their abuser after the first serious incident suffer more severe violence, I explained, pointing to the screen. 43% end up in the hospital within the first year. "And look at this number," I said, my finger hovering over a figure highlighted in an alarming red on the screen. 1,200 women died last year from partner violence. 1,200. Each of them believed their partner was going to change. Each of them thought it was different. Chloe Bennett looked at the screen with glassy, unseeing eyes, the grim reality of the figures washing over her. "But I also have other numbers," I continued, deliberately shifting the focus, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Women who got out. Women who reported. Women who rebuilt their lives. 87% report a better quality of life 2 years later. 93% say it was the best decision of their life. And the other 7%? Some cases went back before we could help them completely. Some faced economic difficulties. But none. Chloe died. My daughter let herself fall onto the plush sofa in my office, her body heavy with the emotional burden. "You just don't understand, Mom. It's not just physical fear. It's everything. The beautiful house we bought together, the ambitious plans we had for the future, the friends we made as a couple, the family we were going to build. If I leave him, I'll lose all that." "No," I said firmly, my voice cutting through her despair. If you leave him, you gain your life back. Everything else is replaceable. Your life is not. But I feel so guilty, she confessed, her voice thick with shame, as if I were exaggerating, as if 3 blows were not enough reason to destroy a marriage. And there it was, the insidious denial, the agonizing minimization, the devastating syndrome I had witnessed in hundreds of cases throughout my career. Chloe Bennett, look at me. 3 blows? That is 3 blows too many. There is no acceptable number of times someone can hit you. 0 is the correct number. 0. But what will people think? My friends, my colleagues, his family. She trailed off, the societal pressure weighing heavily on her. Do you care more about what strangers think than your own safety? I challenged gently, forcing her to confront the painful truth. It's not that, Mom. It's just that it's complicated. No, daughter. It is simple. He hit you. He is the guilty one. You are the victim. There are no nuances there. Chloe Bennett stayed quiet for a long moment, her gaze distant, contemplating my words. Can I at least read the messages? Can I at least hear what he has to say? Every fiber of my being wanted to scream no, to forbid her from having any contact whatsoever with Ethan Collins, to shield her completely. But I also knew, with the wisdom of experience, that if I pressured her too much, if I exerted too much control, I could inadvertently push her away, right back into his manipulative grasp. Okay, I said carefully, my voice measured, but with conditions. 1. I read the messages with you. 2. You do not respond without consulting me first. 3. We document everything, every word, every nuance, in case we need to use it legally. Deal. She nodded, a faint light of resolve returning to her eyes. Deal. That night, sitting side by side in her room, illuminated only by the soft glow of her phone screen, Chloe Bennett opened her phone and showed me the messages. There were dozens, all from different numbers, a relentless barrage of digital manipulation. The first message read, Chloe Bennett, my love, you do not know how sorry I am. I am destroyed. These days in custody have given me time to think, to really see what I did. I was a monster to you. I do not deserve your forgiveness, but I ask for it anyway. Please give me a chance to show you I can change. I love you more than my own life. Classic self-flagellation followed by an over-the-top declaration of love, I murmured, pointing out the textbook manipulation. The second message, I spoke to a psychologist here. He diagnosed me with impulse control disorder related to childhood trauma. I finally understand where my violence comes from. My mother, she hurt me a lot when I was a child. I know it is not an excuse, but it is an explanation. I am working on that for you, for us. Now blaming his mother, I observed a bitter taste in my mouth. Interesting twist, considering Rebecca Hayes had applauded when he hit you. The third message, I saw my lawyer filed a lawsuit against you and your mom. Please believe me, I did not want that. It was my family's decision. I just want to resolve this in private, as a couple. Tell them to withdraw the lawsuit. Just give me the chance to talk to you face to face, without lawyers, without your mom interfering. There was the real, insidious objective laid bare. Isolate her from me. Talk in private, where he could manipulate her without witnesses, without my protective presence. Do you see the pattern? I asked Chloe Bennett, my voice sharp with recognition. Which one? She asked, still struggling to see through the fog of emotion. First message, he victimizes himself, presenting himself as the suffering one. Second, he blames others for his behavior, externalizing his guilt. Third, he tries to separate you from your support system, isolating you. This is the manipulator's manual, Chloe. Chapter 1. But Mom, what if he really is getting help? She pleaded, her voice tinged with a desperate, lingering hope. What if he really wants to change? If he really wanted to change, I explained patiently, he would respect the legal process. He would respect your space. He would not be pressuring you to talk in private. He would not be using lawyers to intimidate us while simultaneously writing you love messages. The two actions are contradictory, Chloe. They are the definition of coercive control. Chloe Bennett knew I was right. I could see the painful acknowledgement in her eyes. But I could also see that stubborn, wounded part of her heart that still wanted to believe in the fantasy and the possibility of redemption. The following days were difficult, a delicate tightrope walk for both of us. Chloe Bennet oscillated wildly between moments of stunning clarity and paralyzing moments of doubt. Some days she was furious with Ethan Collins, her anger a potent fuel, determined to move forward, to rebuild. Other days, she stared at her phone for hours, rereading the dozens of messages, questioning every decision she had made, every step we had taken. I tried to give her space to process her emotions, while simultaneously keeping her safe, a delicate and exhausting balance. One quiet afternoon, I found her in the garden, standing motionless in front of the small herb garden Madison Harper had meticulously cultivated over the years. The rosemary had grown wild and untamed, its branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The thyme had spread voraciously all over the flower bed, threatening to choke out other plants. And the mint, true to its invasive nature, threatened to invade everything, a rampant green tide. Dad hated seeing the plants neglected, she said without turning around, her voice soft, imbued with a longing for a simpler time. I stood beside her, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Your father would want you alive and safe, Chloe. That is all that would matter to him now. Sometimes I wish you were still here, she sighed, her gaze fixed on the unruly garden. He always knew what to say, always knew how to make everything seem simple, to distill complex problems into clear, actionable steps. Your father was wise, I agreed, a pang of my own grief for him echoing in my chest. But even he would have struggled with this, daughter. Not because he didn't know the right answer, but because you were his daughter. And when you love someone that fiercely, you want them to make their own decisions, even when you know, deep in your gut, that they might be the wrong ones. Chloe Bennet finally turned to look at me, her eyes brimming with a fragile vulnerability. Do you think I am making the wrong decision by doubting? I think it is natural to doubt, I reassured her. You were with him for 3 years. You build a life with him. You cannot just turn off those feelings like a light switch. But what I ask is that you do not confuse the love you felt for him with the danger he represents now. What is the difference? She asked, her voice a desperate plea for understanding. True love makes you feel safe, Chloe. True love lifts you up. It nurtures your spirit. It empowers you. It does not destroy you. It does not diminish you. What Ethan Collins offered you is not love. It was control disguised as love, a gilded cage designed to imprison you. Chloe Bennet nodded slowly, the truth settling deep within her. Do you know what is the hardest part? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. What? Accepting that I spent 3 years in love with a lie. That the man I met never existed. That everything was an act designed to trap me. It was not your fault, daughter, I said firmly, pulling her into another hug, holding her tightly there between the overgrown rosemary and the invasive thyme, under the same wide sky Madison Harper used to gaze at while cooking Sunday roasts. I know in my head, she murmured, her voice muffled against my shoulder, but my heart still does not accept it. It is going to hurt for a while, I told her, gently stroking her hair. But the pain means you are healing. It means you are alive. And that is what matters most. That night, Chloe Bennet finally blocked all the numbers Ethan Collins had written to her from. It was not easy. She cried while doing it, tears streaming down her face, a release of accumulated grief and shattered dreams. But she did it. I am ready, she declared, her voice still trembling but infused with a new, quiet strength. I am ready to fight. Then we're going to fight, I affirmed, my voice ringing with certainty. And so we did. The very next day, I counterattacked legally. I filed a formal appeal against the suspension of the restraining order, meticulously documenting every threat, every insidious call, every manipulative message. I contacted Magistrate Hernandez, a formidable judge who owed me a significant favor. She personally reviewed the case and swiftly confirmed that her colleague's order, signed under familial influence, had been utterly inappropriate. The restraining order was reinstated with even stricter terms. Ethan Collins could not get within 500 meters of Chloe Bennet. He could not contact her directly or indirectly. He could not send third parties to talk to her. Any violation, no matter how minor, would mean immediate arrest. As I tell all this, I often wonder about you, the person listening to my story. Where are you now? What city do you call home? I also filed a formidable countersuit for aggravated domestic violence, threats, and severe psychological damage. I asked not for but for $8 million in compensation for Chloe Bennett. Not because we needed the money, but to send an undeniable message. They were not going to intimidate us. They were not going to scare us. They were not going to beat us. We were fighting back, and we were fighting to win. But while I fought fiercely in the courts, strategically maneuvering through the legal labyrinth, Ethan Collins and Rebecca Hayes were fighting on an entirely different battlefield. One I did not anticipate, one that was far more insidious and, ultimately, almost destroyed us. The social war began subtly, approximately 3 weeks after the arrest. It was so subtle at first that I almost didn't notice the faint tremors beneath the surface. Chloe Bennett, still fragile, had slowly started venturing out of the house more. Small, hesitant steps towards reclaiming some semblance of normalcy while we waited for the looming court hearings. She went to the supermarket. She went to her familiar beauty salon. She returned from the salon one afternoon, her face pale, almost translucent. What happened? I asked immediately, my maternal instincts on high alert. Olga, she said, her voice barely a whisper. Olga was her stylist of 5 years, a cheerful, chatty woman who always had a story to tell. Olga behaved strangely, Mom. She was cold, distant. She barely spoke to me during the entire cut, just clipped away in silence. Maybe she was just having a bad day, I suggested, trying to rationalize it. No, Mom, it was more than that. When I was paying, another client I know, Fern, arrived. We've seen each other there dozens of times, always exchanging pleasantries, catching up. But today she saw me and literally turned around, her back stiff. She pretended she was looking for something in her purse until I left. A bad feeling, cold and heavy, settled in my stomach. Did you say something? Did you ask? I asked Olga if I had done something wrong. Chloe replied, her voice filled with a fresh wave of hurt. She just shook her head and told me she was in a hurry because her next appointment was about to arrive. But Mom, her schedule was empty. I saw it. The next day, Chloe Bennett received a message from her best friend from university, Patty. Or, rather, from the woman who had been her best friend. The message was terse, chillingly precise. Chloe, I am sorry, but I think we need to take some time. My husband works in the same industry as Ethan Collins, and he says this whole situation is very complicated. I cannot afford to be involved. I hope you understand. I wish you the best. Chloe Bennett showed me the message, her hands trembling so violently the phone nearly slipped from her grasp. Her eyes, usually so bright, were clouded with a pain that went deeper than anger. Patty and I were roommates for 4 years in college. She whispered, her voice barely audible. 4 years, Mom. She was my maid of honor at my wedding. And now she just abandons me. Because her husband says it's complicated. A cold rage began to bloom in my chest, tightening with each beat of my heart. I knew this feeling well. People are afraid of difficult situations, I said, trying to keep my voice steady despite the fury coiling within me. Especially when there is power and influence involved. It's not just Patty. Chloe didn't respond, instead pulling up her Instagram feed. The screen flickered, displaying a stark contrast to the vibrant life she'd once shared. She had lost almost 100 followers in the last few days. Her most recent post, a serene photo of a sunset taken from my garden, boasted a mere 3 likes. Once, she would have effortlessly garnered over 200. My gaze dropped to the comments section of her older posts, once filled with cheerful banter. Now, a stream of anonymous, venomous messages glared back at us. Aren't you ashamed of destroying a good man's life? One read, we all know you provoked the situation and now play the victim. Your mother-in-law told me the truth. You are a manipulator. The words were a direct assault, calculated to wound and discredit. When did these comments start? I asked, the grim familiarity of the tactic settling over me. About a week ago, Chloe murmured, tears starting to trace paths down her cheeks. I delete them, but they just keep appearing. They come from different accounts every time. My jaw tightened. It's an organized campaign. I recognized it immediately, the digital fingerprints of a professional smear. I had seen this tactic before in other high-profile cases designed to isolate, dehumanize, and break a target. Rebecca Hayes, I said, the name a bitter taste on my tongue. Do you think she's behind this? Chloe looked at me, her eyes hollow but resolute. I'm sure of it. And she was right. 2 days later, my assistant Lucy called me, her voice laced with urgency. Attorney, you need to see this. She sent me a link to a blog. It was called The Truth Behind False Accusations. Anonymous, yes, but its sleek design, professional layout, and carefully crafted articles screamed expensive PR firm. The most recent post was titled, The Case of Ethan Collins, When a Corrupt Family Destroys an Innocent Man. I started reading, a growing horror seizing my gut. The article painted Ethan Collins as a loving and successful husband, a blameless victim. It demonized me, the radical feminist lawyer, and Chloe, my manipulative daughter. It claimed we had invented everything to steal his money, that we had a history of falsely accusing men, that I had been reprimanded for unethical conduct on multiple occasions. Every single word was a lie, a grotesque distortion of reality. Yet, it was written with chilling conviction, citing anonymous sources, confidential documents, and photographs taken deliberately out of context. One photo showed Chloe at a party, laughing, a glass of wine in her hand. The caption screamed, "Does this look like a traumatized woman?" Chloe Bennett Vance, after destroying her husband's life. The photo was 6 months old, from a work dinner, taken long before any of Ethan's blows. Without context, it seemed like damning evidence of her duplicity. Another photo showed me leaving a courthouse, my expression serious, focused. Madison Harper, known for her aggressive tactics and her hatred towards men, has found in her own son-in-law her next victim. The caption declared, "My blood boiled. This is pure defamation," I told Lucy, my voice tight with restrained fury. "I'm going to sue." "There's more," she said, her voice tense. The blog has been shared almost 3,000 times in the last 24 hours. It's in Facebook groups on Twitter. There's even a hashtag Justice for Ethan Collins. I felt a sickening wave of dizziness wash over me. How is this possible? Someone is paying to promote it. Probably bots, fake accounts, paid influencers. This is a professional smear campaign, attorney. I showed the blog to Chloe. I watched her read it, her face crumpling, tears beginning to fall in heavy droplets down her cheeks. "They're destroying my reputation," she whispered, her voice choked with anguish. "They're making it look like everything is my fault. What will they think of my job? What will my colleagues think?" As if the universe had heard her question, her phone rang. It was her boss at the pharmaceutical company, Dr. Peters. Chloe, with trembling fingers, put the call on speaker. "Chloe Bennett, we need to talk," Dr. Peters said without preamble. Her voice sounded strained, uncomfortable. "Certain rumors have reached my ears about your personal situation." "Doctor, I can explain," Chloe began but was cut off. "I do not need explanations," Dr. Peters interjected, her tone hardening. "But I need you to understand that this company has an image to protect. We cannot afford to be associated with scandal, whether true or false." My blood boiled, a primal heat searing through me. I couldn't let this stand. "Dr. Peters," I intervened, my voice sharp and clear. "This is Madison Harper, Chloe Bennett's mother and her legal representative. What you are suggesting sounds dangerously close to wrongful termination based on her condition as a victim of domestic violence, which is protected by law." A beat of stunned silence hung on the line. "I'm not firing anyone," the doctor finally said, the defensiveness clear in her voice. "I'm just suggesting that maybe Chloe Bennett needs to take some time. A leave of absence, paid of course, until all this is resolved." "How long?" Chloe asked, her voice a thin, reedy whisper. "Indefinite. For now." And with that, Dr. Peters hung up. Chloe let herself fall onto the sofa, the fight draining out of her like air from a punctured tire. "They're destroying me, Mom," she choked out, burying her face in her hands. "Systematically. My social life, my reputation, now my job. What's next? I didn't have to wait long to know. That same afternoon, my accountant, Ernest, called me with alarming news. Elena, we have a problem. Someone filed a complaint with the IRS alleging that you have been evading taxes for years. What? That is absurd. I exclaimed, incredulous. I know. Your records are impeccable. But now you will have to prove it. They're going to audit your firm, all your cases from the last 5 years, all your accounts. Who filed the complaint? It's anonymous. But Elena, it arrived with documents. Forged documents, I'm sure. But very well done. Someone invested time and money in this. Rebecca Hayes, Ethan Collins, their vast network of influence. They were attacking from all fronts, a multi-pronged assault designed to cripple us. How long will the audit take? I asked, the grim reality setting in. Months, maybe a year, Ernest said, his voice heavy. And in the meantime, your reputation will be under scrutiny. Clients are going to doubt. Cases can be delayed. I hung up, the receiver heavy in my hand, and looked at Chloe Bennett. They're playing dirty, I stated the words cold and hard. What are we going to do? The same thing I always do, I answered, a fierce determination hardening my gaze. Fight with the truth. But even as I said those words, I felt the immense pressure bearing down on me. For the first time in 32 years of my career, I felt true, gut-wrenching fear. Not for myself, but for my daughter, for what this war, this relentless, vicious war, could do to her. The following days brought more devastating revelations. We discovered that Rebecca Hayes had been holding clandestine meetings with the wives of influential men in her social circle. She spun a chilling narrative, painting Chloe as an unstable woman who had seduced her son for his money, an ironic accusation, given Chloe's own substantial inheritance. She claimed I had manipulated Chloe into filing false charges and that these good women had a duty to protect their own husbands from such fabricated accusations by publicly supporting Ethan Collins. It was brilliant in a twisted, insidious sense. Rebecca Hayes had masterfully turned the case into a class and gender war, framing herself and her son as victims of a radical feminist conspiracy. And shockingly, many women believed her, swayed by her carefully constructed lies and their own ingrained biases. One afternoon, a new Instagram message arrived for Chloe from an unknown account. My heart sank as she showed me the content, a series of photos of our house, taken from the street, through the windows of the garden. The message accompanying them was short, chillingly direct. Nice house. It will be a shame if something happened to it. I called Captain Anderson immediately. This is direct intimidation, I said, my voice tight with controlled anger. I need protection. Attorney, I can put extra patrol on your street, he replied, his tone sympathetic but resigned. But I don't have resources for 24-hour protection. And if something happens, let's hope it doesn't. Meanwhile, document everything. Install security cameras and be careful. That night, I installed a comprehensive security camera system, reinforced the locks on every door and window, and bought a new alarm system. For the first time in years, I slept with my phone next to the bed, the screen glowing faintly, ready to call 911 at any moment. Chloe Bennett was in her room, but she wasn't sleeping. I could hear her crying quietly through the wall, a soft, heartbreaking sound that pierced through my newfound anxieties. I got up and went to her room. I found her sitting on her bed, surrounded by old photographs, snapshots of her and Patty, photos of her with smiling colleagues from work, images from her wedding day, frozen moments of a life that felt impossibly distant now. I was thinking, she said without looking at me, her voice hoarse, about how everything can be destroyed so quickly. 2 months ago, I had a life. I had friends, a career, a house, a husband. I thought I knew who I was. And now, I have nothing. I sat down beside her, pulling her close. You have me, my love. I know, she whispered, leaning into my embrace. And I thank you. But Mom, I am tired. I'm so tired of fighting, of defending myself, of justifying my existence, of proving over and over again that I am not lying. She turned to look at me, and in her eyes, I saw something that terrified me to my core. I saw surrender. Sometimes I think, she continued, the words a desperate plea, that it would be easier just to call him, ask for forgiveness. Tell him I exaggerated. Go back to him. At least that way all this would end. Shruevenet? No. I said, my voice sharp, almost a cry. Why not? Look at what is happening. They are destroying us. You, me, everything Dad built, your firm, your reputation, my career, everything. Is it worth it? Is it really worth 3 blows? I sat next to her, taking her face in my hands, forcing her to look at me, to truly see me. Listen to me well, I said, my voice firm, unwavering. This is exactly what they want. They want you to give up. They want you to believe that you are the problem. They want you to think that abuse is preferable to the battle. But I am so tired, she whimpered, tears still streaming down her face. I know, my love. I know. But you have to understand something. This darkness you feel now, this exhaustion, this fear, it is temporary. But if you go back to him, if you give up, that will be permanent. Or until he kills you. He would not kill me, she said, her voice laced with denial. You don't know that. And you cannot risk your life betting that his violence has limits. Because I guarantee you, daughter, that it has none. Chloe Bennett leaned her head on my shoulder, just as she did when she was a little girl, and the world seemed too big for her to face alone. How did you do it, Mom? She asked, her voice muffled against my shoulder. How did you fight for so many women for so many years without getting tired? A tired smile touched my lips. I did get tired. I got tired all the time. But your father reminded me why I did it. He told me, Elena, every woman you save is someone's daughter. Is the daughter we would want someone to save if Chloe Bennett ever needed it. I paused, feeling the poignant weight of the irony, a cruel twist of fate. I never thought it would be our own daughter who needed saving. But here we are, I continued, my voice firm with renewed resolve. And I swear by your father's memory that I am not going to let Ethan Collins win. I'm not going to let him destroy you, even if I have to fight against his whole army of liars. And if we lose? She asked, her voice thin. We are not going to lose. But what if we lose? I looked her directly in the eyes, my gaze steady. Then we will lose knowing that we fought with the truth, that we did not give up, that we did not allow fear to dictate our decisions. And that, daughter, that is already a victory in itself. We stayed there, hugging, while outside, the city continued its indifferent rhythm, unaware of the quiet battle being waged within our walls. The next day, I received a call that would change everything. It was from Captain Anderson. Attorney, I need you to come to the station. Now, what happened? I asked, a jolt of adrenaline surging through me. We have new evidence. Evidence that you're going to want to see personally. What kind of evidence? An anonymous package arrived this morning, with documents, photographs, and recordings. My heart accelerated, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. Recordings of what? Conversations between Ethan Collins and his mother, planning exactly how to destroy Chloe Bennett, how to fabricate false evidence, how to use their contacts to ruin her reputation. Where did the package come from? We don't know. It was left at the station entrance during the night. No sender. But attorney, the content is gold. It is exactly what we need to strengthen the case. I'm on my way. I hung up and looked at Chloe Bennett, a nascent hope flickering in my chest. Get dressed. We have to go to the station. What happened? She asked, her eyes wide. Someone is helping us. And I think we are finally going to see the full truth. In the car to the station, my mind worked at full speed, racing through possibilities. Who had sent that package? Was it someone from Ethan Collins's inner circle who had finally had enough? Was it someone with a personal vendetta against Rebecca Hayes? It didn't matter. What mattered was that we finally had the missing pieces, the ammunition we desperately needed. And I was about to discover that the truth was much, much darker than I had imagined. Because what those recordings revealed was not just a plan to destroy us. It was evidence of something far more sinister. Something that confirmed my worst suspicions about Rebecca Hayes. And something that chillingly explained why Ethan Collins was exactly the way he was. I still wonder if I did the right thing by moving forward. Sometimes, justice has a very high price. And you, what would you have done in my place? The evidence room at the station smelled faintly of old coffee and stale paper. Captain Anderson was waiting for us, a nondescript cardboard box sitting on the metal table between us. A simple box, unmarked, sealed with common tape. Nothing special in appearance. But I knew that what it contained could change everything, shifting the entire trajectory of Chloe's case. It arrived at 4 in the morning, Captain Anderson explained, pulling on a pair of latex gloves. Security cameras caught a person leaving it. Medium height, completely covered with a hoodie and cap, impossible to identify. Fingerprints? I asked, my gaze fixed on the unassuming box. None useful. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. He opened the box slowly, carefully. Inside, nestled amongst layers of tissue paper, were several manila folders, a handful of USB drives, and a large sealed manila envelope. Let's start with this, he said, taking out one of the USB drives and connecting it to a computer. The screen flickered to life, displaying an audio file. The commander pressed play. Rebecca Hayes' voice filled the small, sterile room. It was unmistakable, that deceptively sugary tone I had learned to recognize as a precursor to venom. Don't be naive, Ethan Collins, she purred. That brat and her mother are not going to stop. They have to understand who we are, who we have always been. Ethan Collins' voice responded, a youthful eagerness betraying his adult cruelty. I already sent her the messages, Mom. Like you said, she's doubting. I can feel it. If I keep pushing, she's going to give in. It's not enough for her to give in. Rebecca's voice hardened, losing its sweetness. We need to destroy her credibility completely. I already hired the PR team. They're going to handle the blog, social media, everything. By the weekend, half the city is going to think Chloe Bennett is a calculating liar. My gaze flickered to Chloe. She had covered her mouth with her hand, tears silently running down her face as she listened to the architects of her torment lay bare their cruel intentions. And the lawyer, the mother, Rebecca continued, a note of appraisal in her tone. That one is more complicated. She has a solid reputation, but everyone has secrets. I already put my private investigator to look. If he doesn't find anything real, we will fabricate something. A false complaint to the IRS is already in process. The recording continued, a chilling instruction from mother to son. Ethan Collins, listen to me well. This that you are living is exactly what I lived with your father. He also wanted to challenge me. He also thought he could control me. And what did you do? Ethan's voice was barely a whisper. A long, chilling pause stretched, so long that I thought the recording had cut off. Then, Rebecca's voice, colder than ice, broke the silence. What I had to do. What you have to be willing to do if Chloe Bennett does not come to her senses. Mom, Ethan began, his tone wary. Don't call me Mom with that tone, Rebecca snapped, a flash of pure venom in her voice. I raised you. I sacrificed everything for you after your father. After I had to deal with him, I worked double shifts to give you everything. And now you're going to let a spoiled little girl and her mother destroy what we built? No, of course not. Then listen to the plan. The commander paused the recording. There are 4 more hours, he said, his expression grim. Conversations recorded over the last 3 weeks, all in Rebecca Hayes' house. According to the ambient sound analysis, someone planted listening devices there. Who? Chloe asked, her voice broken, raw with emotion. We don't know, Captain Anderson admitted. But whoever did it gave us exactly what we needed. He opened one of the manila folders. It contained several photographs. The first was of an official document, a death certificate. Ray Harrison, he read aloud, Rebecca Hayes' husband, died 11 years ago from severe head trauma after falling down the stairs of his residence back east. He moved to the next photo. It was a forensic report. The original report indicated accidental death. He explained, but look at this. He pointed to a section highlighted in yellow. The coroner who did the autopsy left marginal notes. Notes that never entered the official report. I leaned closer, my eyes scanning the text. Injury pattern inconsistent with accidental fall. Multiple contusions on the head suggest repeated blows. Recommend additional investigation. Why was it not investigated? I asked, the pieces of a terrible puzzle beginning to click into place. Because the case was closed quickly by the prosecutor in charge, a man named Edward Harrison, Ray's brother, Ethan Collins' uncle, the same one who is now a judge and who tried to suspend a restraining order. The pieces fit with chilling, terrible clarity. Rebecca Hayes killed her husband, I said aloud, the words a cold shock in the air. And the family covered it up. That is what the evidence suggests, Captain Anderson confirmed, his voice grave. But there is more. He took out another folder. It contained old photographs, faded with time. One was of a handsome young man, smiling broadly, standing next to a much younger Rebecca Hayes. Ray Harrison in 1990, the commander explained. Successful engineer, came from a wealthy family. He married Rebecca Hayes when she was 22 and he was 30. He moved to more photographs, a sequence showing Ray in different eras. His smile was fading progressively. In the last photos, his face showed unmistakable tension, exhaustion, and a palpable fear. According to testimonies from neighbors at the time, the marriage was problematic. Rebecca Hayes was extremely controlling. There were reports of screaming, of broken objects. But in those years, no one intervened in family matters, and no one thought a woman could be the abuser. I added bitterly, the tragic irony stinging. Exactly. Ray's last year of life, several acquaintances noticed significant changes in him. He was thinner, more nervous. He confided in a cousin that he wanted a divorce, but that Rebecca Hayes threatened him. She said if he left her, she would make sure he never saw his son. And nobody did anything? Chloe whispered, her voice filled with a fresh wave of horror. The cousin declared this in the original investigation. Captain Anderson continued. But his testimony was dismissed as speculation without foundation. And after the case was closed, the cousin received threats. He stopped talking about it. Chloe Bennett looked at the photos, her face pale. Ethan Collins was 7 years old when his father died. She whispered. He told me he barely remembered him. He said his father was distant, cold, that his mother was the one who really took care of him, protected him. Rebecca Hayes rewrote history, I said, the full extent of her monstrous manipulation dawning on me. She made Ethan Collins believe his father was the bad guy, that she was the victim, the heroine. She raised him with that narrative. The commander nodded. And now Ethan Collins reproduces exactly his mother's patterns. Control, violence, manipulation. But he sees himself as the justified victim. There was another folder. This one was thinner, but its contents were perhaps the most disturbing of all. This, Captain Anderson said, his voice heavy with the gravity of his words, is the most disturbing part. It contained medical records of Ethan Collins when he was a child, between 7 and 12 years old. Ethan Collins was taken to the emergency room 5 times, Captain Anderson read. 2 broken arms, a fractured rib, multiple bruises. Every time Rebecca Hayes explained they were accidents, that the boy was clumsy, restless. She beat him, Chloe said, a horrified gasp escaping her lips. She beat her own son. Social workers opened 2 investigations. Both were closed without action. The family had too much influence. So Ethan Collins not only witnessed violence, I reason aloud, the sickening truth undeniable. He was a victim of it. Rebecca Hayes molded him from childhood. She taught him that violence is love, that control is care, that victims are guilty. The commander took out the last USB drive. This one, he said, was recorded 3 days ago. It is the most recent conversation we have. He pressed play. Rebecca Hayes' voice sounded different in this recording, more relaxed, almost cheerful. A triumphant, chilling lightness. Everything is going according to plan, son. The blog has had more than 10,000 visits. Social media is working. There are already entire groups on Facebook saying Chloe Bennett is a liar. And the best thing is that she is destroying herself, asking for time off work, isolating herself. She keeps writing to me, Mom, asking if I have communicated with her. She blocked all numbers, but keeps checking if I write to her. Perfect, Rebecca purred, her voice dripping with satisfaction. That means she is broken. She is doubting. Give me 2 weeks more, and she's going to call you herself, begging you to forgive her. And if she doesn't, then we escalate. I have contacts at the newspaper. We can publish a story about false accusations ruining innocent men's lives. Your case as a central example. And the trial. We're going to win the trial. Your uncle is making sure the case goes to the right judge. And if for some reason it doesn't work, we can always appeal. These types of cases can last years. By the time it ends, Chloe Bennett is going to be so exhausted. She's going to accept any settlement. Rebecca Hayes' voice hardened, her tone turning venomous. And the mother, Elena, that one is a different problem. She is stubborn. She's not going to give up easily. But everyone has a breaking point, Ethan Collins. Everyone. Your father thought he was invincible, too. He thought he could challenge me. And look how he ended up. A cold, dry chuckle, stripped of all warmth, rattled up from the bottom of the stairs. It was Rebecca Hayes' voice, but not as I knew it. A chilling echo, a testament to pure, unadulterated malice. Then, a sudden, stark silence fell over the recording, heavy and suffocating. Mom, did I what? Son, do you think your mother is capable of doing what is necessary to protect her family? Well, yes, I am. I always have been. And if Madison Harper does not understand that she must back down, she can also have an accident. You cannot be serious. I'm completely serious. No one threatens my son. No one takes what is ours. I learned it from my own mother, who taught me that weak women are trampled, but strong women do whatever is necessary to survive. Ethan Collins, when you have children, you will understand. You would do anything to protect them. Anything. The recording abruptly cut off, leaving an echoing void. The silence in the room where we sat was absolute, a palpable weight pressing down on us all. Chloe Bennett was trembling, her entire body visibly shaking. I pulled her into a tight embrace, trying to shield her from the icy tendrils of fear that had snaked around us. The enormity of what we had just heard settled like a lead blanket. It's a confession, I finally managed to say, my voice a strained whisper. A confession of murder, delivered with a chilling casualness and a direct threat against my own life. Commander Anderson nodded gravely, his expression grim. It's enough to reopen the investigation into Ray Harrison's death, he confirmed, his voice firm, and to add charges of serious threats against Rebecca Hayes. But is it admissible in court? I pressed, the lawyer in me kicking into high gear despite the shock. These recordings were obtained without a warrant, without consent. That is the problem, the commander admitted, a note of frustration in his tone. Technically, no. But we can absolutely use them as a strong basis to obtain legal warrants, to open official investigations, to get testimonies under oath, and to validate the anonymous package. The anonymous package. The puzzle piece that had started all of this. Who sent it? I asked again, my gaze sweeping over the faces in the room. I still don't know, he conceded. But whoever it is has close access to Rebecca Hayes, was in her house long enough to plant those devices, knows her routine, and clearly wants her to pay. We're looking at possibilities. A family member, perhaps even Chloe Bennett, an employee, or someone who was a victim of Rebecca Hayes in the past, and finally decided to act. The list of people with a motive is long. I stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the polished floor, and walked to the room's window. Outside, the city continued its normal, bustling rhythm. People hurried to work. Children skipped along sidewalks on their way to school. Vendors meticulously set up their stands, their cries already filling the morning air. Ordinary life. A stark, cruel contrast to the horrifying reality we were confronting. While they went about their days, we were here, discovering that we had been fighting against something infinitely darker, far more insidious than a simple case of domestic violence. We had been fighting against generations of violence, a complete family system built on an edifice of abuse, control, and meticulously crafted cover-ups. What do we do now? Chloe Bennett asked from behind me, her voice small and fragile. I turned to look at her, my beautiful, brilliant daughter, who had the misfortune of falling in love with the product of this horror. Now, I said, my voice gaining strength, we use every single piece of this evidence. We officially reopen Ray Harrison's investigation. We file additional, crushing charges against Rebecca Hayes. And we make absolutely sure Ethan Collins understands, deep in his bones, that he was raised by a murderer. Do you think that changes anything? Chloe asked, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Do you think if Ethan Collins knows the truth about his mother, he is going to change? No, I said honestly, meeting her gaze. Probably not. But he deserves to know the truth. And more importantly, He deserves to have the corrosive power he holds over you, over everyone, stripped away. Commander Anderson, ever the pragmatist, began gathering all the folders, his movements deliberate. I'm going to start the formal procedures today, he stated. But, Attorney Vance, I need to warn you about something. If we attack Rebecca Hayes this way, if we reopen her husband's cold case, the entire Harrison family is going to counterattack. They're going to use every single resource they have, every connection, every bit of influence. It is going to get ugly. It's already ugly, I replied, a weariness seeping into my tone. It cannot get worse. But I was wrong. Terribly, utterly wrong. It can always get worse. 3 days after receiving the evidence that should have turned the tide, things escalated in ways I had not even begun to anticipate. The Harrison family's counterattack was swift, brutal, and meticulously aimed. First, a subpoena arrived from the district attorney's office. It wasn't for Ethan Collins or Rebecca Hayes. It was for Chloe Bennett. They accused her of filing a false report. They claimed there was new, compelling evidence that she had fabricated the entire story of abuse, even suggesting she had a financial motive for doing so. How was this possible? Chloe Bennett whispered, her hands trembling as she clutched the document. Didn't they listen to the recordings? The recordings are still being officially processed, I explained, trying to keep my voice steady, though my stomach churned. The legal system is agonizingly slow, and in the meantime, they still have the power to counterattack, to wield their influence. The subpoena demanded that Chloe appear for interrogation in 2 weeks. If she didn't, she could be arrested for contempt. It's an intimidation tactic, I assured her, though I saw the fear in her eyes. They want to scare you into dropping the charges. It's working, Chloe admitted, her voice barely audible. I am terrified. Second, my own firm received an unannounced, unwelcome visit from IRS auditors. They arrived without warning, a small army of stone-faced officials, armed with orders to review every single one of my files. Lucy, my loyal paralegal, called me in a panic. Attorney Vance, they are taking computers, documents, everything. They say they have a warrant. Let them, I said, forcing a calm I didn't feel into my voice. Everything is in order. Let them review whatever they want. But I knew exactly what this meant. Weeks, possibly months, without complete access to my files, crucial cases that would be delayed, desperate clients who would lose trust, their hopes dashed. This was calculated collateral damage, designed to cripple my practice and isolate me. Third, and this was the most painful, a letter arrived. It was from the State Bar Association. A formal, deeply damaging complaint had been filed against me, alleging unethical conduct in Chloe Bennett's case. They claimed I had a glaring conflict of interest representing my own daughter, that I had flagrantly used my position to exert undue pressure on the authorities. The letter indicated there would be a disciplinary hearing. Depending on the outcome, I could face a temporary suspension of my license. 32 years of an impeccable career, 3 decades of defending what was right, often against insurmountable odds. And now, for the simple primal act of defending my own daughter, my entire professional life was at risk. My license, the very foundation of my identity, hung by a thread. That night, I sat in Madison Harper's study, the one we had shared for so many years, a sanctuary filled with the ghosts of shared dreams and quiet evenings. His books still lined the shelves, their spines a comforting presence. His worn leather chair still sat by the desk, as if he had just stepped away. I needed his wisdom, his unwavering calm, his unique perspective. I don't know if I can do this, I whispered into the empty space, my voice cracking. I don't know if I'm strong enough. Of course, there was no answer. Only the silent reproach of unanswered questions. But then, a memory surfaced, clear as a bell. Something Madison Harper used to say when I came home after especially difficult days in court, drained and defeated. Elena, justice does not always win. But those who fight for justice never really lose, because the act of fighting itself, of refusing to give up, is already a victory. He was right. He was always right. I got up, wiping away the tears I hadn't even realized were falling, and went back to the living room where Chloe Bennett was sitting, slumped on the sofa, scrolling through her phone with a lost, vacant expression. "Daughter," I said, sitting next to her and taking her hand, "I need you to understand something." She looked at me, her eyes red-rimmed and tired. "We're going to lose things in this fight. Maybe I lose my license temporarily. Maybe you lose some cases at your work, perhaps your job entirely. Maybe we lose friends, reputation, money. Mom, let me finish. We're going to lose things. But there is something we are not going to lose. We are not going to lose your life. We are not going to lose your dignity. We are not going to lose the truth. And when all this ends, when you look back, you're going to be able to live with yourself because you are going to know you did the right thing. That you did not give in to fear. That you did not allow a violent man and his murderer mother to dictate your destiny." Chloe Bennett leaned into me, hugging me fiercely, her arms wrapped tightly around my waist. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice muffled against my shoulder, "for not giving up on me." "Never, my love. Never." We stayed like that, holding each other, while outside, the sunset painted the city in hues of orange and purple, a fleeting moment of beauty before the inevitable darkness. Tomorrow would come with new challenges, new battles, new attempts to destroy us. But tonight, in this quiet, shared moment, we were simply a mother and a daughter supporting each other. And that, I decided, was enough. Because the most important moral revelation here was not about Rebecca Hayes or Ethan Collins. It was about us, about our strength, about our resistance, about our absolute refusal to be destroyed. They had power, money, connections. But we had something stronger. We had the truth. And the truth, sooner or later, always finds its way to the light, even if it has to cut through all the darkness first. I still wonder if I did the right thing by not giving in to pressure. Sometimes, in the quiet hours, I question if protecting my daughter was worth risking everything I built. And I often ask myself, what would you have done in my place? The disciplinary hearing was scheduled for a Tuesday morning. I dressed in my most formal suit, the navy blue one Madison Harper had given me for my 10th anniversary as a lawyer. The fabric felt weighty, comforting like an old friend. I applied makeup carefully, a professional mask to cover the dark circles from sleepless nights and the simmering anxiety beneath. I pulled my hair back into an impeccable bun, every strand in place. I had to look like what I was, a seasoned professional with 3 decades of unblemished experience, not like a woman on the verge of collapse. Chloe Bennett had wanted to come with me to offer support, but I insisted she stay home. I didn't need her to see her mother being judged and potentially shamed for the simple, powerful act of protecting her. The State Bar Association building was downtown, an old, imposing structure with grand, austere columns that were supposed to inspire respect for justice. That morning, they only inspired a deep, unsettling nausea. The hearing room was on the 3rd floor. When I entered, the air was thick with expectation, heavy with the unspoken weight of judgment. A panel of 5 lawyers sat behind a long, polished table. 3 men, 2 women, all older than me, all with carefully neutral, unreadable expressions. I recognized 2 of them immediately, a jolt of unwelcome familiarity. Attorney Arthur Mills, a corporate lawyer known for his cutthroat tactics and an arrogant dismissiveness towards those of us dedicated to family cases, the messy human side of the law. And attorney Patty Ross, who, 3 decades ago, had been my classmate in law school. We hadn't spoken in decades. Our paths had diverged so completely, she into the more conservative, established firms, me into the trenches of advocacy. Attorney Vance, said the president of the panel, a man of almost 70 with a perpetually stern face named Richard Fountain. Thank you for appearing. As if I had a choice. I sat in the solitary chair placed before them. Alone. My own lawyer, a kind colleague who had offered to represent me at no cost, sat quietly behind me, a silent presence. But this, I knew, was my battle to fight. This hearing, Mr. Fountain continued, his voice devoid of inflection, has been convened to review a complaint filed against you for alleged unethical conduct in the case against Mr. Ethan Collins Harrison. Do you understand the charges? I understand them, I said, my voice firm, unwavering. And I reject them completely. He read the complaint aloud, each word a carefully constructed lie, designed to twist truth into fabrication. It alleged that I had a glaring conflict of interest representing my daughter, that I had used my personal influence with authorities to accelerate an arrest without due investigation, and that I had orchestrated a malicious defamation campaign against Mr. Harrison and his family. Presented in that formal legal language, it sounded almost credible, almost legitimate. Mr. Fountain, I began, leaning forward slightly, my gaze direct. My daughter was a victim of domestic violence in my direct presence. I was a witness. There is no conflict of interest in protecting a victim, especially when that victim is your own child. In fact, any mother who did not act in those circumstances would be the one who deserved to be questioned, to be stripped of their moral authority. But as a lawyer, Mr. Mills interjected, his voice dripping with that condescending tone that had always irritated me to no end. You should have known that the most appropriate thing was to recommend your daughter seek independent representation. Your personal involvement, Attorney Vance, compromises objectivity. Objectivity? I repeated, a low growl forming in my throat, feeling the hot surge of rage beginning to rise. You want to talk about objectivity when my daughter was bleeding on a dining room floor? Where her husband had just hit her 3 times, repeatedly, in front of me. Attorney Vance, Mr. Fountain said, his voice a sharp warning. Maintain a professional tone. I took a deep, shaky breath, holding back the torrent of words I really wanted to unleash. Excuse me, I managed to say. What I'm trying to explain is that I acted within my rights and responsibilities as a citizen, as a witness, and above all as a mother. At no time did I violate the ethical norms of our profession. Patty Ross, my former classmate, spoke for the first time. Elena, she said, and the use of my first name took me completely by surprise, a small, unexpected crack in the formality. I understand your position, but you must understand that this situation is complicated. Mr. Harrison comes from a respectable family. His uncle is a judge. His cousin is a prosecutor. There are considerations. Considerations? I interrupted her, the anger refusing to be contained. Considerations about what, Patty? About whether a rich and connected man can hit a woman without consequences. Is that what we're considering here? I'm not saying that, she quickly replied, a flush creeping up her neck. Then what are you saying? An uncomfortable silence descended, thick and suffocating. Mr. Mills, ever the opportunist, took the floor again. What Mrs. Ross is trying to explain, he said, addressing the panel rather than me, is that your passion for these domestic violence cases, although admirable, can sometimes cloud your judgment. You have built an entire career on being the fierce defender of women. And now, conveniently, your own daughter becomes a case. Conveniently? My voice came out higher, sharper than I intended, laced with disbelief and fury. Are you suggesting my daughter invented being beaten so I could have another case? Are you suggesting she willingly put herself through that trauma, those injuries, just for my career? I'm suggesting the situation raises legitimate questions, he countered, his eyes cold and unwavering. The only legitimate questions here, I said, pushing myself up from my chair, my hands gripping the edge of the table, are why we are having this hearing in the first place, who filed this complaint, who financed it, and what shadowy connections do they have with the Harrison family. Attorney Vance, sit down, Mr. Fountain ordered, his voice booming. I did not sit down. My gaze swept over their faces, challenging each of them. I have been in this profession for 32 years. I have defended 218 women. I have won 186 cases. I have helped pass 3 victim protection laws in this state. My record, my integrity, speaks for itself. And now, I continued, my voice gaining volume for the first time in my career, I face a disciplinary hearing. Not for malpractice, not for negligence, not for dishonesty, but for the unforgivable crime of protecting my own daughter from a violent man. If that is grounds to suspend my license, then suspend it. But let it be unequivocally clear on the record that this panel chose to side with an abuser over a victim, with raw, unearned power over justice itself. Attorney Vance, Mr. Fountain began, visibly agitated. I have not finished, I declared, cutting him off, my voice raw with righteous indignation. I have evidence. Recordings that prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Rebecca Hayes Harrison, mother of the accused, admitted to murdering her own husband 11 years ago. That she explicitly threatened my life. That she orchestrated a smear campaign against my daughter and me. All of it. All that is being investigated by the corresponding criminal authorities, Mr. Fountain said, trying to regain control. It is not relevant to this hearing. Not relevant? I laughed, a bitter, humorless sound. It is completely relevant, because it proves that this entire complaint against me is nothing more than part of a larger pattern of intimidation and manipulation, a weaponized legal maneuver. And you? I looked at each of them directly, letting my words hang in the air. You are allowing yourselves to be used. I finally sat down, my body vibrating with adrenaline. My heart was beating so hard I could hear it thumping in my ears, a frantic drum against the silence. The panel members looked at each other, their carefully neutral expressions finally cracking, replaced by an exchange of looks I couldn't decipher. A quick, silent negotiation. "We're going to take a 30-minute recess," Mr. Fountain announced, his voice still stiff. To deliberate. They rose and, one by one, filed out of the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts and my weary lawyer. My colleague immediately approached. "Elena, that was intense." "I don't care," I replied, waving off his concern. They needed to hear it. Yes, but attacking the panel directly. I didn't attack them. I told them the truth. I got up and walked out into the hallway, desperate for air, for space, for anything that wasn't the stifling atmosphere of that room. I pulled out my phone and called Chloe Bennett. "Mom, how is it going?" "Honestly, I don't know," I admitted. I said what I had to say. Now it's a matter of waiting. "Do you think they're going to—" "I don't know, daughter. But if they do, we will find another way. There's always another way. I love you, Mom. I love you too." I hung up and leaned against the cold hallway wall, closing my eyes for a moment, trying to steady my racing pulse. When I opened them, someone was standing silently in front of me. It was an older man, maybe 80 years old, frail and stooped, leaning heavily on a cane. He wore a suit that had definitely seen better days, but his eyes held a glimmer of something ancient and knowing. "Attorney Vance?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. "Yes, can I help you?" "No," he said, shaking his head slowly. "I can't help you." I looked at him more closely. There was something familiar in his face, a fleeting resemblance I couldn't quite place. "Excuse me, do we know each other?" "Not directly," he replied, "but I knew Ray Harrison. He was my first cousin." My breathing hitched. Ray Harrison, the murder husband. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken history. "I am Albert Harrison," he continued, his voice barely a whisper, thick with emotion. "I was the person who testified in the original investigation into Ray's death, the person who was later threatened into silence." "Did you send a package?" I asked quietly, my heart pounding with a sudden, wild hope. He nodded slowly, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. "I have lived with that guilt for 11 long years. I knew what Rebecca Hayes had done to Ray. I saw him change in those last months, saw the fear in his eyes, a man utterly broken. And when he died, I knew in my heart it hadn't been an accident." "Why didn't you say anything then?" My voice was gentle, not accusatory. "Because I was afraid," he confessed, his voice cracking. "Rebecca Hayes threatened me. She told me if I kept talking, I would have the same accident as Ray. And I was a coward. I let her get away with it." A single tear tracked a path down his weathered cheek. "But when I saw what she was doing to that girl, to your daughter," he gestured vaguely down the hallway. "I couldn't stay silent anymore. I hired a private investigator. I planted listening devices in Rebecca Hayes' house myself during a family dinner. I recorded everything for 3 weeks. Why anonymously? Because I'm still afraid. Because I have grandchildren. Because the Harrison family has power, immense power. But at least now the truth is out there. At least now there is a chance for Rebecca Hayes to finally pay for her crimes." I looked at this old man, trembling slightly with his cane, yet standing tall in his courage, who, after 11 years of silent torment, had found the strength to do the right thing. "Thank you," I said simply, the words inadequate to express the surge of relief and gratitude. "Thank you for giving Ray a voice after so long." "It was the least I could do," he murmured. "He was a good man. He didn't deserve what happened to him. Would you be willing to testify? Officially?" He hesitated, his gaze distant. "If they guarantee me protection, then yes. It is time for this to end. It is time for Ray to have justice." I gave him my card, promising him that Captain Anderson would get in touch to organize protection for him and his family. When he left, limping slowly down the hallway with his cane, I felt something I hadn't felt in weeks, something fragile yet potent. Hope. The 30 minutes the panel had announced for their recess stretched into an hour, then 2. The waiting was excruciating, each passing minute amplifying the tension. Finally, they called me back to the room. The 5 members of the panel were seated again, their expressions once more carefully neutral, illegible. Mr. Fountain spoke, his voice dry and formal. "Attorney Vance, this panel has carefully reviewed the evidence presented, the allegations against you, and your defense arguments." He made a pause that seemed to stretch into an eternity, the silence punctuated only by the frantic beat of my own heart. "We have decided to temporarily suspend this hearing." I couldn't contain my surprise, a gasp escaping my lips. Given the new revelations about the Harrison case and the evidence currently being processed by criminal authorities, we consider it premature to issue a judgment on your professional conduct at this time. The hearing will be postponed indefinitely, pending the resolution of the criminal case. Your license will remain active during this time. It was not a victory, not a ringing vindication, but it was certainly not a defeat either. It was a postponement, a temporary truce in a war that was far from over. However, Mr. Fountain continued, his gaze unwavering, "It must remain clear that if at any moment it is determined that you acted unethically, this hearing will resume immediately." "I understand," I said, my voice hoarse. "Can I leave?" I got up. I said nothing else. There was nothing else to say, no grand pronouncement, just a quiet acceptance of the reprieve. When I left the building, the sun was at its highest point, blazing in the midday sky. It was hot, a sticky, oppressive heat. The city bustled with its normal, indifferent life, a stark contrast to the emotional turmoil I had just endured. I called Chloe Bennett immediately, my fingers fumbling on the keypad. "They didn't suspend me," I said, the words tumbling out as soon as she answered. "They postponed the decision." "Is that good?" she asked, a tentative hope in her voice. "It's the best we could hope for today. I'm going to make coffee when you arrive. The pot roast style coffee Dad liked." "Pot coffee like Dad liked," I corrected gently, a small smile touching my lips. "Perfect, daughter. Perfect." But while I drove back to the suburbs, the fleeting sense of relief gave way to a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. Exhausted from fighting. Exhausted from constantly defending us. Exhausted from having to justify every action, every decision, every word. I arrived home to find Chloe Bennett in the kitchen as she had promised. The rich, comforting smell of coffee, mingled with cinnamon and brown sugar, filled the house. It reminded me so vividly of Madison Harper. It reminded me of quiet Sunday mornings. It reminded me of a life that no longer existed. "Mom," Chloe said, pouring me a cup, her eyes still shadowed. "Are you okay?" "Yes," I lied, taking a grateful sip of the hot coffee. "Just tired. There is something I need to tell you." Something in her tone, a new tremor, put me instantly on alert. My stomach sank. What happened? I received a call from the pharmaceutical company. My heart seized. I knew before she even said it. They officially fired me. They said my indefinite leave has become contract termination by mutual agreement to avoid scandal, according to them. "Chloe Bennett, it's not your fault," I began, reaching for her hand. "Mom, it's just that I'm losing everything. My career, my friends, my reputation, everything I worked for 10 years is crumbling." I watched her sit down at the kitchen counter, her posture defeated, shoulders slumped, head bowed. It was that same posture I had seen in hundreds of victims throughout my career. And in that moment, I realized something terrible, something that chilled me to the core. We were losing. Not legally, not yet. But we were losing the war of attrition. Rebecca Hayes and Ethan Collins didn't need to win in court. They just needed to destroy us slowly, methodically, to take away everything that mattered until there was nothing left to fight for. It was a brilliant strategy in its cruelty, and it was working. That night, while Chloe Bennett slept fitfully, I sat in Madison Harper's study again, the darkness pressing in around me. I don't know how much more we can resist, I told his photograph on the desk, my voice raw. We are losing everything piece by agonizing piece, and I don't even know if, in the end, it is going to be worth it. Of course, there was no answer. Only the silent reproach of unanswered questions. But then my phone rang, a jarring sound in the quiet house. It was Captain Anderson. And look how he ended up. A cold, dry chuckle, stripped of all warmth, rattled up from the bottom of the stairs. It was Rebecca Hayes's voice, but not as I knew it. A chilling echo, a testament to pure, unadulterated malice. Then, a sudden, stark silence fell over the recording, heavy and suffocating, punctuated only by the faint hum of the device itself. "Mom, did I what?" Ethan's voice was barely a whisper, laced with a dawning horror. "Son, do you think your mother is capable of doing what is necessary to protect her family?" Rebecca's tone was dangerously calm now, almost maternal in its menace. "Well, yes, I am. I always have been. And if Madison Harper does not understand that she must back down, she can also have an accident. An unfortunate, irreversible accident." "You cannot be serious," Ethan stammered, his disbelief palpable. "I'm completely serious. No one threatens my son. No one takes what is ours. I learned it from my own mother, who taught me that weak women are trampled, but strong women do whatever is necessary to survive. Ethan Collins, when you have children, you'll understand. You would do anything to protect them. Anything. Absolutely anything." The recording abruptly cut off, leaving an echoing void. The silence in the room where we sat, Chloe, Commander Anderson, and I, was absolute, a palpable weight pressing down on us all. Chloe Bennett was trembling, her entire body visibly shaking, her face pale. I pulled her into a tight embrace, trying to shield her from the icy tendrils of fear that had snaked around us. The enormity of what we had just heard settled like a lead blanket, chilling us to the bone. "It's a confession," I finally managed to say, my voice a strained whisper, breaking the heavy quiet. "A confession of murder, delivered with such chilling casualness, and a direct threat against my own life. It's enough to reopen the investigation into Ray Harrison's death," Commander Anderson confirmed, his expression grim, his voice firm. "And to add charges of serious threats and conspiracy against Rebecca Hayes. This changes everything. But is it admissible in court?" I pressed, the lawyer in me kicking into high gear despite the shock. "These recordings were obtained without a warrant, without consent. That is the problem," the commander admitted, a note of frustration in his tone. "Technically, no. Not as standalone evidence. But we can absolutely use them as a strong basis to obtain legal warrants, to open official investigations, to compel testimonies under oath, and to validate the anonymous package that started all of this. It gives us the probable cause we desperately needed. The anonymous package. The puzzle piece that had ignited this powder keg. Who sent it?" I asked again, my gaze sweeping over the faces in the room. The question had gnawed at me. "I still don't know for certain," he conceded, running a hand through his hair. "But whoever it is has incredibly close access to Rebecca Hayes. They were in her house long enough to plant those devices, knows her routine, her habits, her vulnerabilities, and they clearly want her to pay for what she's done. We're looking at possibilities, a disgruntled family member, perhaps even Chloe Bennett herself in a moment of desperate retaliation, a former employee, or someone who was a victim of Rebecca Hayes in the past and finally decided to act. The list of people with a motive is surprisingly long." I stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the polished floor, and walked to the room's window. Outside, the city continued its normal, bustling rhythm, oblivious. People hurried to work, their briefcases swinging. Children skipped along sidewalks on their way to school, their laughter echoing faintly. Vendors meticulously set up their stands, their cries already filling the morning air. Ordinary life. a stark, cruel contrast to the horrifying reality we were confronting. While they went about their days unaware, we were here, discovering that we had been fighting against something infinitely darker, far more insidious than a simple case of domestic violence. We had been fighting against generations of violence, a complete family system built on an edifice of abuse, control, and meticulously crafted cover-ups, passed down like a toxic heirloom. "What do we do now?" Chloe Bennett asked from behind me, her voice small and fragile, pulling me back from the window. I turned to look at her, my beautiful, brilliant daughter, who had the cruel misfortune of falling in love with the product of this horror, Ethan Collins. "Now," I said, my voice gaining strength, steeling myself, "we use every single piece of this evidence. Every word, every threat. We officially reopen Ray Harrison's investigation. We file additional, crushing charges against Rebecca Hayes. And we make absolutely sure Ethan Collins understands, deep in his bones, that he was raised by a murderer, that his entire world is built on lies. Do you think that changes anything?" Chloe asked, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. "Do you think if Ethan Collins knows the truth about his mother, he is going to change? That he'll suddenly see the light?" "No," I said honestly, meeting her gaze. "Probably not. He's too ingrained in that system. But he deserves to know the truth. And more importantly, he deserves to have the corrosive power he holds over you, over everyone, stripped away. He won't control your destiny anymore." Commander Anderson, ever the pragmatist, began gathering all the folders, his movements deliberate. "I'm going to start the formal procedures today," he stated, his jaw tight. "But, Attorney Vance, I need to warn you about something. If we attack Rebecca Hayes this way, if we reopen her husband's cold case, the entire Harrison family is going to counterattack. They're going to use every single resource they have, every connection, every bit of influence. It is going to get ugly. Very, very ugly." "It's already ugly," I replied, a weariness seeping into my tone, a profound fatigue. "It cannot get worse." But I was wrong. Terribly, utterly wrong. It can always get worse. 3 days after receiving the evidence that should have turned the tide, things escalated in ways I had not even begun to anticipate. The Harrison family's counterattack was swift, brutal, and meticulously aimed, a multi-pronged assault designed to dismantle us. First, a subpoena arrived from the district attorney's office. It wasn't for Ethan Collins or Rebecca Hayes. It was for Chloe Bennett. They accused her of filing a false report, of fabricating the entire story. They claimed there was new, compelling evidence that she had lied about the abuse, even suggesting she had a significant financial motive for doing so. A calculated smear. How was this possible? Chloe Bennett whispered, her hands trembling as she clutched the document, her eyes wide with shock. "Didn't they listen to the recordings?" "The recordings are still being officially processed," I explained, trying to keep my voice steady, though my stomach churned with dread. "The legal system is agonizingly slow, and in the meantime, they still have the power to counterattack, to wield their influence against us." The subpoena demanded that Chloe appear for interrogation in 2 weeks. If she didn't, she could be arrested for contempt of court. "It's an intimidation tactic," I assured her, though I saw the raw fear in her eyes. "They want to scare you into dropping the charges, to make you retreat." "It's working," Chloe admitted, her voice barely audible, a fragile whisper. "I'm terrified, Mom." Second, my own firm received an unannounced, unwelcome visit from IRS auditors. They arrived without warning, a small army of stone-faced officials, armed with orders to review every single one of my files, every ledger, every email. Lucy, my loyal paralegal, called me in a panic, her voice shrill with distress. "Attorney Vance, they're taking computers, documents, everything. They say they have a warrant." "Let them," I said, forcing a calm I didn't feel into my voice. "Everything is in order. Let them review whatever they want." But I knew exactly what this meant. Weeks, possibly months, without complete access to my files, critical cases that would be delayed indefinitely, desperate clients who would lose trust, their hopes dashed by this calculated disruption. This was calculated collateral damage, designed to cripple my practice and isolate me professionally. Third, and this was the most painful, a letter arrived. It was from the State Bar Association. A formal, deeply damaging complaint had been filed against me, alleging unethical conduct in Chloe Bennett's case. They claimed I had a glaring conflict of interest representing my own daughter, that I had flagrantly used my position to exert undue pressure on the authorities. The letter indicated there would be a disciplinary hearing. Depending on the outcome, I could face a temporary suspension of my license. 32 years of an impeccable career, 3 decades of defending what was right, often against insurmountable odds. And now, for the simple, primal act of defending my own daughter, my entire professional life was at risk. My license, the very foundation of my identity, hung by a thread, threatened by the insidious reach of the Harrison family. That night, I sat in Madison Harper's study, the one we had shared for so many years, a sanctuary filled with the ghosts of shared dreams and quiet evenings. His books still lined the shelves, their spines a comforting presence. His worn leather chair still sat by the desk, as if he had just stepped away for a moment. I desperately needed his wisdom, his unwavering calm, his unique perspective, a lifeline in the gathering storm. I don't know if I can do this, I whispered into the empty space, my voice cracking, fragile. I don't know if I'm strong enough to bear this burden, to fight this fight. Of course, there was no answer. Only the silent reproach of unanswered questions, the oppressive quiet. But then, a memory surfaced, clear as a bell. Something Madison Harper used to say when I came home after especially difficult days in court, drained and defeated, questioning everything. Elena, justice does not always win in the courtroom. But those who fight for justice never really lose, because the act of fighting itself, of refusing to give up, of standing firm against injustice, is already a victory. He was right. He was always right. His words were a balm to my weary soul, a renewed surge of defiance. I got up, wiping away the tears I hadn't even realized were falling, hot tracks on my cheeks, and went back to the living room where Chloe Bennett was sitting, slumped on the sofa, scrolling through her phone with a lost, vacant expression, adrift in her fear. "Daughter," I said, sitting next to her and taking her hand, squeezing it gently, "I need you to understand something." She looked at me, her eyes red-rimmed and tired, filled with a fragile hope. "We're going to lose things in this fight. Many things. Maybe I lose my license temporarily. Maybe you lose some cases at your work, perhaps your job entirely. Maybe we lose friends, reputation, money. Mom, let me finish. We're going to lose things, precious things. But there is something we're not going to lose. We're not going to lose your life. We are not going to lose your dignity. We are not going to lose the truth. And when all this ends, when you look back, years from now, you're going to be able to live with yourself because you're going to know you did the right thing. That you did not give in to fear. That you did not allow a violent man and his murderer mother to dictate your destiny, to steal your future." Chloe Bennett leaned into me, hugging me fiercely, her arms wrapped tightly around my waist, her head buried in my shoulder. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice muffled against my shoulder, "for not giving up on me, for fighting for me. Never, my love, never." We stayed like that, holding each other, while outside, the sunset painted the city in hues of orange and purple, a fleeting moment of beauty before the inevitable darkness of another day. Tomorrow would come with new challenges, new battles, new attempts to destroy us. But tonight, in this quiet, shared moment, we were simply a mother and a daughter supporting each other, finding strength in our bond. And that, I decided, was enough. Because the most important moral revelation here was not about Rebecca Hayes or Ethan Collins. It was about us, about our strength, about our resistance, about our absolute refusal to be destroyed. They had power, money, connections. But we had something stronger. We had the truth. And the truth, sooner or later, always finds its way to the light. Even if it has to cut through all the darkness first. I truly believe that. I still wonder if I did the right thing by not giving in to pressure. Sometimes, in the quiet hours, I question if protecting my daughter was worth risking everything I built. And I often ask myself, What would you have done in my place? The disciplinary hearing was scheduled for a Tuesday morning. I dressed in my most formal suit, the navy blue one Madison Harper had given me for my 10th anniversary as a lawyer. The fabric felt weighty, comforting like an old friend, a sartorial suit of armor. I applied makeup carefully, a professional mask to cover the dark circles from sleepless nights and the simmering anxiety beneath. I pulled my hair back into an impeccable bun, every strand in place, a fortress of composure. I had to look like what I was, a seasoned professional with 3 decades of unblemished experience, not like a woman on the verge of collapse. Chloe Bennett had wanted to come with me to offer support, but I insisted she stay home. I didn't need her to see her mother being judged and potentially shamed for the simple, primal act of protecting her. The State Bar Association building was downtown, an old, imposing structure with grand, austere columns that were supposed to inspire respect for justice. That morning, they only inspired a deep, unsettling nausea, a churning in my gut. The hearing room was on the 3rd floor. When I entered, the air was thick with expectation, heavy with the unspoken weight of judgment. A panel of 5 lawyers sat behind a long, polished table. 3 men, 2 women, all older than me, all with carefully neutral, unreadable expressions. I recognized 2 of them immediately, a jolt of unwelcome familiarity. Attorney Arthur Mills, a corporate lawyer known for his cutthroat tactics and an arrogant dismissiveness towards those of us dedicated to family cases, the messy human side of the law. And attorney Patty Ross, who 3 decades ago had been my classmate in law school. We hadn't spoken in decades. Our paths had diverged so completely. She into the more conservative, established firms, me into the trenches of advocacy. Attorney Vance, said the president of the panel, a man of almost 70 with a perpetually stern face named Richard Fountain. Thank you for appearing. As if I had a choice. I sat in the solitary, hardback chair placed before them. Alone, my own lawyer, a kind colleague who had offered to represent me at no cost, sat quietly behind me, a silent presence. But this, I knew, was my battle to fight, my integrity to defend. This hearing, Mr. Fountain continued, his voice devoid of inflection, his gaze unwavering, has been convened to review a complaint filed against you for alleged unethical conduct in the case against Mr. Ethan Collins Harrison. Do you understand the charges? I understand them, I said, my voice firm, unwavering, meeting his gaze directly. And I reject them completely. He then read the complaint aloud, each word a carefully constructed lie, designed to twist truth into fabrication, to cast doubt on my every action. It alleged that I had a glaring conflict of interest representing my daughter, that I had flagrantly used my position to exert undue pressure on the authorities, to bypass due process, and that I had orchestrated a malicious defamation campaign against Mr. Harrison and his family. Presented in that formal legal language, it sounded almost credible, almost legitimate, a testament to its insidious design. Mr. Fountain, I began, leaning forward slightly, my gaze sweeping across the panel. My daughter was a victim of domestic violence, in my direct presence. I was a witness to her assault. There is no conflict of interest in protecting a victim, especially when that victim is your own child. In fact, any mother who did not act in those circumstances would be the one who deserved to be questioned, to be stripped of their moral authority, of their very humanity. But as a lawyer, Mr. Mills interjected, his voice dripping with that condescending tone that had always irritated me to no end. You should have known that the most appropriate thing was to recommend your daughter seek independent representation. Your personal involvement, Attorney Vance, compromises objectivity and ethical standards. Objectivity? I repeated, a low growl forming in my throat, feeling the hot surge of rage beginning to rise, a primal roar threatening to escape. You want to talk about objectivity when my daughter was bleeding on a dining room floor? When her husband had just hit her 3 times, repeatedly, in front of me? When her life was at risk? Attorney Vance, Mr. Fountain said, his voice a sharp warning, his hand slamming lightly on the table. Maintain a professional tone. I took a deep, shaky breath, holding back the torrent of words. I really wanted to unleash the raw, unfiltered fury that threatened to consume me. "Excuse me," I managed to say, forcing a calm I didn't truly feel. "What I'm trying to explain is that I acted within my rights and responsibilities as a citizen, as a witness, and, above all, as a mother. At no time did I violate the ethical norms of our profession. I upheld them." Patty Ross, my former classmate, spoke for the first time, her voice softer than the others, but still firm. "Elena," she said, and the use of my first name took me completely by surprise, a small, unexpected crack in the formality. "I understand your position, but you must understand that this situation is complicated. Mr. Harrison comes from a respectable family. His uncle is a federal judge. His cousin is a district prosecutor. There are considerations. Influential considerations." "Considerations?" I interrupted her, the anger refusing to be contained, bubbling to the surface. "Considerations about what, Patty? About whether a rich and connected man can hit a woman without consequences. About whether their status exempts them from the law. Is that what we're considering here?" "I'm not saying that," she quickly replied, a flush creeping up her neck, a hint of discomfort in her eyes. "Then what are you saying?" An uncomfortable silence descended, thick and suffocating. Mr. Mills, ever the opportunist, took the floor again, his smile a thin, cruel line. "What Mrs. Ross is trying to explain," he said, addressing the panel rather than me, his tone designed to dismiss my passion as mere hysteria, "is that your passion for these domestic violence cases, although admirable in its scope, can sometimes cloud your judgment. You have built an entire career on being the fierce defender of women, the champion of the wronged. And now, conveniently, your own daughter becomes a case. A high-profile case. Conveniently?" My voice came out higher, sharper than I intended, laced with disbelief and fury. "Are you suggesting my daughter invented being beaten so I could have another case? Are you suggesting she willingly put herself through that trauma, those injuries, that terror, just for my career advancement? The sheer audacity! I am suggesting the situation raises legitimate questions," he countered, his eyes cold and unwavering, utterly without empathy. "The only legitimate questions here," I said, pushing myself up from my chair, my hands gripping the edge of the table, my knuckles white, "are why we are having this hearing in the first place. Who filed this malicious complaint? Who financed it? And what shadowy connections do they have with the Harrison family? This is a coordinated attack. Attorney Vance, sit down," Mr. Fountain ordered, his voice booming, his face reddening. I did not sit down. My gaze swept over their faces, challenging each of them directly, letting my moral outrage fill the room. I have been in this profession for 32 years. 32 years of dedication. I have defended 218 women. I have won 186 cases. I have helped pass 3 victim protection laws in this state. My record, my integrity, speaks for itself. And now, I continued, my voice gaining volume, cracking with emotion. For the first time in my career, I face a disciplinary hearing, not for malpractice, not for negligence, not for dishonesty, not for any violation of the law or my oath, but for the unforgivable crime of protecting my own daughter from a violent man. If that is grounds to suspend my license, then suspend it. Take it. But let it be unequivocally clear on the record that this panel, by doing so, chose to side with an abuser over a victim, with raw, unearned power over justice itself, over the very principles this institution purports to uphold. "Attorney Vance," Mr. Fountain began again, his face a mask of barely controlled fury. "I have not finished," I declared, cutting him off, my voice raw with righteous indignation, letting everything pour out. "I have evidence, recordings that prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Rebecca Hayes Harrison, mother of the accused, admitted to murdering her own husband 11 years ago, that she explicitly threatened my life, that she orchestrated this very smear campaign against my daughter and me. All of it is on tape. All that is being investigated by the corresponding criminal authorities," Mr. Fountain said, trying desperately to regain control of his room, his voice strained. "It is not relevant to this hearing. This is about your professional conduct." "Not relevant?" A laughed, a bitter, humorless sound, a desperate, defiant sound. It is completely relevant, because it proves that this entire complaint against me is nothing more than part of a larger pattern of intimidation and manipulation, a weaponized legal maneuver to silence me. And you? I looked at each of them directly, letting my words hang in the air, accusing them. You are allowing yourselves to be used. You're complicit. I finally sat down, my body vibrating with adrenaline, utterly drained. My heart was beating so hard I could hear it thumping in my ears, a frantic drum against the sudden, shocked silence. The panel members looked at each other, their carefully neutral expressions finally cracking, replaced by an exchange of looks I couldn't decipher. A quick, silent negotiation passed between them. "We are going to take a 30-minute recess," Mr. Fountain announced, his voice still stiff, but lacking its former booming authority. To deliberate. They rose and, one by one, filed out of the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts and my weary lawyer, the heavy door clicking shut behind them. My colleague immediately approached, concern etched on his face. "Elena, that was intense. You really went for it." "I don't care," I replied, waving off his concern, too exhausted to feign civility. They needed to hear it. Every single word. Yes, but attacking the panel directly, that's risky. I didn't attack them. I told them the truth. The unvarnished, inconvenient truth. I got up and walked out into the hallway, desperate for air, for space, for anything that wasn't the stifling atmosphere of that room. I pulled out my phone and called Chloe Bennett, my hand still trembling slightly. "Mom, how is it going?" Her voice was tight with anxiety. "Honestly, I don't know," I admitted, leaning my head against the cool wall. I said what I had to say. "Now it's a matter of waiting, daughter." "Do you think they're going to—" "I don't know, daughter. But if they do, we will find another way. There's always another way to fight, always." "I love you, Mom." "I love you, too." I hung up and leaned against the cold hallway wall. Closing my eyes for a moment, tried to steady my racing pulse to regain some semblance of control. When I opened them, someone was standing silently in front of me. It was an older man, maybe 80 years old, frail and stooped, leaning heavily on a cane. He wore a suit that had definitely seen better days, but his eyes held a glimmer of something ancient, tired, and knowing. "Attorney Vance?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly with age and emotion. "Yes, can I help you?" My guard was still up. "No," he said, shaking his head slowly, a faint smile on his lips. "I came to help you." I looked at him more closely. There was something familiar in his face, a fleeting resemblance I couldn't quite place, a ghost of a memory. "Excuse me, do we know each other?" "Not directly," he replied, "but I knew Ray Harrison. He was my first cousin." My breathing hitched. Ray Harrison, the murder husband. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken history, connecting us in an instant. "I'm Albert Harrison," he continued, his voice barely a whisper, thick with emotion, tinged with regret. "I was the person who testified in the original investigation into Ray's death, the person who was later threatened into silence." "Did you send a package?" I asked quietly, my heart pounding with a sudden, wild hope, a desperate prayer. He nodded slowly, a single tear tracking a path down his weathered cheek. "I have lived with that guilt for 11 long years. Every single day, I knew what Rebecca Hayes had done to Ray. I saw him change in those last months, saw the fear in his eyes, a man utterly broken, a shadow of his former self. And when he died, I knew in my heart it hadn't been an accident. She had broken him, then she ended him. Why didn't you say anything then?" My voice was gentle, not accusatory, understanding. "Because I was afraid," he confessed, his voice cracking, raw with the shame of it. "Rebecca Hayes threatened me directly. She told me if I kept talking, I would have the same accident as Ray. And I was a coward. I let her get away with it. I stood by and did nothing." His eyes filled with tears, old wounds reopened. "But when I saw what she was doing to that girl, to your daughter," he gestured vaguely down the hallway, a tremor running through his body. "I couldn't stay silent anymore. The guilt became too much. I hired a private investigator. I planted listening devices in Rebecca Hayes' house myself. During a family dinner, risking everything. I recorded everything for 3 weeks. I want a proof. Why anonymously? Because I'm still afraid, Attorney Vance. Because I have grandchildren, a family to protect. Because the Harrison family has power, immense power, far-reaching. But at least now the truth is out there. At least now there is a chance for Rebecca Hayes to finally pay for her crimes. For Ray to have some peace. I looked at this old man, frail and trembling with his cane, yet standing tall in his courage, who, after 11 years of silent torment, had finally found the strength, the moral imperative to do the right thing, to confront a monster. "Thank you," I said simply, the words inadequate to express the surge of relief and gratitude that washed over me. "Thank you for giving Ray a voice after so long, for giving us a chance. It was the least I could do," he murmured, wiping his eyes with a handkerchief. "He was a good man. He didn't deserve what happened to him. Would you be willing to testify? Officially?" He hesitated, his gaze distant, weighing the profound implications. "If they guarantee me comprehensive protection for myself and my family, then yes. Absolutely. It is time for this to end. It is time for Ray to have justice." I gave him my card, promising him that Captain Anderson would get in touch immediately to organize his protection. When he left, limping slowly, deliberately, down the hallway with his cane, his stooped figure disappearing around the corner, I felt something I hadn't felt in weeks, something fragile yet potent, a flicker in the darkness. Hope. A real, tangible hope. The 30 minutes the panel had announced for their recess stretched into an hour, then 2. The waiting was excruciating, each passing minute amplifying the tension, tightening the knot in my stomach. Finally, they called me back to the room. The 5 members of the panel were seated again, their expressions once more carefully neutral, illegible, betraying nothing. Mr. Fountain spoke, his voice dry and formal, completely lacking the booming authority it had held earlier. "Attorney Vance, this panel has carefully reviewed the evidence presented, the allegations against you, and your defense arguments." He made a pause that seemed to stretch into an eternity, the silence punctuated only by the frantic beat of my own heart. I braced myself for the worst. "We have decided to temporarily suspend this hearing." I couldn't contain my surprise, a sharp gasp escaping my lips. My shoulders, unconsciously hunched, relaxed slightly. Given the new revelations about the Harrison case and the evidence currently being processed by criminal authorities, we consider it premature to issue a judgment on your professional conduct at this time. The hearing will be postponed indefinitely, pending the resolution of the criminal case. Your license will remain active during this time. It was not a victory, not a ringing vindication, but it was certainly not a defeat either. It was a postponement, a temporary truce in a war that was far from over, a stay of execution. However, Mr. Fountain continued, his gaze unwavering, a subtle warning in his tone, it must remain clear that if at any moment it is determined that you acted unethically or that these criminal allegations prove unfounded, this hearing will resume immediately. "Understand," I said, my voice hoarse but steady. "Can I leave?" I got up. I said nothing else. There was nothing else to say, no grand pronouncement, just a quiet acceptance of the reprieve, a deep, silent breath. When I left the building, the sun was at its highest point, blazing in the midday sky, a stark contrast to the dim, oppressive interior. It was hot, a sticky, oppressive heat. The city bustled with its normal, indifferent life, a stark contrast to the emotional turmoil I had just endured. I called Chloe Bennett immediately, my fingers fumbling on the keypad in my haste. They didn't suspend me, I said, the words tumbling out as soon as she answered, relief flooding through me. They postponed the decision indefinitely. "Is that good?" she asked, a tentative hope, a fragile joy in her voice. "It's the best we could hope for today, daughter. A vital reprieve. I'm going to make coffee when you arrive. The pot coffee like Dad liked." "Perfect, Mom," she replied, a genuine smile in her voice. Perfect. But while I drove back to the suburbs, the fleeting sense of relief gave way to a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. Exhausted from fighting. Exhausted from constantly defending us. exhausted from having to justify every action, every decision, every word. I arrived home to find Chloe Bennett in the kitchen as she had promised. The rich, comforting smell of coffee, mingled with cinnamon and brown sugar, filled the house. It reminded me so vividly of Madison Harper. It reminded me of quiet Sunday mornings, of shared laughter, of a simpler time. It reminded me of a life that no longer existed. "Mom," Chloe said, pouring me a cup, her eyes still shadowed, the flicker of hope dimmed. "Are you okay?" "Yes," I lied, taking a grateful sip of the hot coffee, trying to project a strength I didn't feel. "Just tired. There is something I need to tell you." Something in her tone, a new tremor, a deeper sadness, put me instantly on alert. My stomach sank. "What happened?" "I received a call from the pharmaceutical company." My heart seized. I knew before she even said it, a cold premonition. They officially fired me. They said my indefinite leave has become contract termination by mutual agreement to avoid scandal, according to them. But it's a lie. "Chloe Bennett, it's not your fault," I began, reaching for her hand, my voice choked with anger and sorrow. "Mom, it's just that I am losing everything," she whispered, tears finally falling freely. "My career, my friends, my reputation, everything I worked for 10 years is crumbling to dust. It's all gone." I watched her sit down at the kitchen counter, her posture defeated, shoulders slumped, head bowed. It was that same posture I had seen in hundreds of victims throughout my career, a universal sign of capitulation. And in that moment, I realized something terrible, something that chilled me to the core. We were losing. Not legally, not yet. But we were losing the war of attrition. Rebecca Hayes and Ethan Collins didn't need to win in court. They just needed to destroy us slowly, methodically, to take away everything that mattered. Our livelihoods, our good names, our peace of mind, until there was nothing left to fight for. It was a brilliant strategy in its cruelty, a devastating form of psychological warfare, and it was working. That night, while Chloe Bennett slept fitfully, I sat in Madison Harper's study again, the darkness pressing in around me, the silence heavy with despair. "I don't know how much more we can resist," I told his photograph on the desk, my voice raw with anguish. "We're losing everything piece by agonizing piece, and I don't even know if, in the end, it is going to be worth it. If any of this will matter." Of course, there was no answer. Only the silent reproach of unanswered questions, the oppressive quiet of a house that felt too large for just 1.5 lives. But then my phone rang, a jarring sound in the quiet house, cutting through the despair. It was Captain Anderson. "Attorney, I need you to come to the station tomorrow, early. It is urgent." Captain Anderson's voice, usually a steady anchor, was taut with an unfamiliar urgency that jolted me from my half-sleep. My hand tightened on the phone, a cold knot forming in my stomach. "What happened?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper against the oppressive quiet of the house. The answer, when it came, sent a jolt of both dread and a grim satisfaction through me. Ethan Collins Harrison violated the restraining order. He was arrested 2 hours ago. My heart accelerated, a frantic drum against my ribs. Dread, because of what he might have done. Satisfaction, because the long-awaited consequence had finally arrived. What did he do? He went to the house in the hills. The house he shared with Chloe Bennett. Apparently, he didn't know we had installed surveillance after the threats. The cameras caught everything. Captain Anderson paused, and in that agonizing silence, I pictured the worst. My breath hitched. They caught him destroying the house, breaking windows, destroying furniture, and writing messages on the walls. What kind of messages? I demanded, a cold fury beginning to simmer. Threats. Very specific threats against Chloe Bennett. And against you. I closed my eyes, a sharp intake of breath. The audacity, the sheer depravity of it. Where is he now? In custody. This time he is not going to get out easily. Not with violation of a restraining order, destruction of property, and threats documented on video. I'll be there first thing, I confirmed, my voice hardening. I hung up, the click echoing in the silence, and stared out at the inky darkness beyond the window. Ethan Collins had finally, irrevocably, lost control. He had crossed a line so glaringly obvious that not even his powerful family could shield him from the consequences this time. It should have felt like a triumph, a decisive victory in a protracted war. But instead, I felt hollow, a chilling emptiness in my core. This wasn't over. Not truly. Rebecca Hayes was still out there, a venomous shadow, free and dangerous. And as long as she walked free, none of us, especially Chloe, would ever be truly safe. The house in the hills was a scene of utter devastation. We arrived early that morning, Chloe, Bennett, and I, in the back of Captain Anderson's unmarked SUV. The air hung heavy with the scent of fear and malevolence. Police tape, yellow and stark, cordoned off the entire property, flapping gently in the morning breeze. Neighbors, drawn by the commotion and the promise of scandal, peeked from behind their curtains, some openly filming with their phones. The very public humiliation Ethan Collins had so desperately tried to avoid, he had now orchestrated himself. The irony was bitter. The front door, once a welcoming portal, was splintered, its wood mangled as if subjected to a relentless assault of kicks and blows. The moment we stepped inside, the acrid, metallic tang of spray paint assaulted my senses, overwhelming the faint lingering scent of dust and old memories. The walls, the very bones of their home, were desecrated, covered in sprawling, angry red script. Asterisk liar. I'm going to kill you. This is not over. Asterisk, the words seemed to pulse on the drywall, raw and violent, mimicking blood. Chloe gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, a strangled sob tearing at her throat. The furniture, once carefully chosen pieces reflecting Chloe's taste and dreams, was annihilated. The elegant cream sofa, where they had once shared quiet evenings, was slashed open, its stuffing spilling out like entrails. The large dining table, where that fateful, terrifying dinner had unfolded months ago, lay overturned, its solid wood legs pointing grotesquely towards the ceiling. My mother's fine porcelain plates, cherished heirlooms, were shattered into a million glittering shards on the kitchen floor. But the worst was yet to come. In the kitchen, a gruesome tableau. The beautiful Japanese chef's knife, a gift from Madison Harper, the very one that had been damaged when Ethan first struck Chloe, was now violently plunged into the wooden butcher block island. Next to it, a crudely handwritten note, its words etched in a chilling hand. Asterisk for when you return. Asterisk, the implication was clear, a visceral threat hanging in the air, terrifying in its raw malevolence. Everything is documented, Captain Anderson said, his voice flat, showing me his tablet. The security footage flickered to life, a silent, horrifying movie. He arrived at 11:30 at night. He spent 3 hours here, systematically destroying every single room. In the video, Ethan Collins moved with a horrifying, frantic energy, like a man possessed by a malevolent spirit. He screamed, he cried, he broke things with a maniacal fervor. At times, he even appeared to be talking to himself, his lips moving in silent conversation with an unseen entity. Is he under the influence of something? I asked, my voice tight. Toxicology analysis is pending, but his behavior suggests either a full-blown psychotic episode or simply uncontrolled, unadulterated rage. Chloe Bennett walked through the wreckage as if in a trance, her fingers ghosting over the remains of her former life. She knelt beside a pile of ceramic fragments, her eyes distant. I bought that lamp in Waka, she murmured, her voice hollow. On our first anniversary. I thought we were going to grow old together in this house. She reached out, carefully touching a jagged piece of ceramic, treating it as if it were a sacred relic, a last tangible piece of a life that no longer existed. Chloe Bennett, I said softly, kneeling beside her, drawing her gently into my arms. This is not your life. This was an illusion. Your real life is waiting for you. A life without fear, without violence, without having to measure every word, every breath. But Mom, look at this, she choked, gesturing around the ruined room. Look at what my marriage became. Walls with threats, destroyed furniture. How do we get here? Because you married a sick man, raised by a sick woman, I stated, my voice firm. It is not your fault. But I chose him. I said yes. I ignored all the signs. Because he deceived you. I countered, tightening my embrace. Because that is what abusers do. They present themselves as Prince Charming until the trap closes, until you're ensnared. I helped her up, her knees trembling, threatening to buckle beneath her. Do you want to take anything? I asked, scanning the debris. Anything you want to keep? She looked around the destroyed living room, the ruined dining room, the kitchen stained with pure, unadulterated hate. A long, agonizing silence stretched between us. No, she said finally, her voice clear, resolute. I don't want anything from here. This house is cursed with his violence, with his rage. Let rot. It was the first time I had heard such unvarnished clarity in her voice since this nightmare began. A flicker of hope ignited within me. But there is something I need to do, she continued, meeting my gaze. What? I need to see him. Ethan Collins. Yes, I need to see him in the eyes one last time. I need to tell him what I could never tell him when we were together. Captain Anderson, who had been listening in silence, stepped forward. I can arrange it, he said, his expression grim. He's in custody. He has the right to visits from his wife. Technically, they are still married. But Attorney Vance, he looked directly at me, his eyes questioning. Are you sure it's a good idea? No, I admitted, my heart heavy with misgiving. I'm not sure, but it is Chloe Bennett's decision. We both looked at my daughter. Her jaw was set, her eyes burning with an unshakable conviction. I'm sure, she said with a firm voice. I need to do this for me. 2 hours later, we were in the sterile, oppressive confines of the prison visiting room. Chloe Bennett had meticulously prepared, shedding the ruined clothes she'd worn to the house for a simple but elegant dress. She had applied a light touch of makeup, accentuating her eyes. She looked beautiful, strong, composed, nothing like the broken woman Ethan Collins expected to find. I sat outside, watching through the thick, reinforced glass of the door. Captain Anderson stood beside me, flanked by 2 burly security guards. If he makes any threatening move, the captain assured me, his hand resting near his weapon. We enter immediately. I nodded, my knuckles white from clenching my fists. The tension was palpable, a heavy weight in the air. Ethan Collins was brought in, his hands cuffed in front of him. He had lost a shocking amount of weight, his face gaunt, his eyes hollowed by deep, bruised circles. His prison uniform hung loosely on his emaciated frame. He no longer resembled the impeccably dressed, successful engineer I had first met 5 years ago. He looked exactly what he was, a man utterly destroyed by his own uncontrollable violence. When he saw Chloe Bennett, a rapid succession of emotions flickered across his face. Surprise, then a raw, desperate relief, followed by a fragile, terrifying hope. Chloe Bennett, he rasped, his voice cracking, broken. You came. I knew you would come. I knew you still loved me. Chloe did not respond immediately. She simply looked at him, her expression unreadable, a carefully constructed mask. Sit down, Ethan Collins, she said finally, her voice steady and clear. To my surprise, he obeyed without protest, sinking into the chair opposite her, his cuffed hands resting on the table. I made a mistake, he began immediately, his voice desperate, a torrent of words tumbling out. A terrible mistake last night. I don't know what happened to me. It is like something broke inside me. But I can fix it. We can fix everything. If only you forgive me. I did not come to forgive you. Chloe Bennett interrupted him, her voice cutting through his plea like a scalpel. The silence that followed was absolute, suffocating. Ethan's eyes widened, a dawning comprehension of what was truly happening washing over him. What? I did not come to forgive you, Ethan Collins. I came to tell you the truth. The truth I should have told you 3 years ago. Chloe Bennett, please. No. Now it is my turn to speak. For the first time in our marriage, you're going to listen to me without interrupting, without screaming, without hitting. Ethan Collins closed his mouth, a flicker of something akin to fear in his eyes. Something in Chloe's unwavering tone must have conveyed to him that this time, truly, was different. When I met you, she continued, her voice gaining strength, I thought you were everything I had always dreamed of. Smart, successful, charming. My friends envied me. My family admired you. I thought I had won the lottery. But little by little, so gradually I barely noticed, you started changing me, molding me into something that wasn't me. You criticized my clothes. You questioned my friendships. You controlled my time. And I allowed it because I thought that was love. I thought your jealousy meant you cared. Chloe Bennett, everything I did was because I loved you. He interjected, a fresh wave of tears welling in his eyes. No, she said firmly, her voice unwavering. What you felt was not love. It was possession. I was not your wife. I was your property. Something you thought you could control, manipulate, punish when I didn't obey. Ethan Collins shook his head vehemently, the tears now streaming freely down his gaunt cheeks. No, it is not like that. I love you. I have always loved you. Did you love me when you hit me for spilling a drop of water? She asked, each word a precise, brutal thrust. Did you love me when you locked me in our room because I arrived late from work? Did you love me when you destroyed the house we bought together and wrote death threats on the walls? Each question was a stab, sharp and piercing. Ethan Collins visibly shrank with each one, his body folding in on itself. Your mother taught you that is how you love, Chloe continued, her gaze unwavering. Because that was how she loved your father, with control, with violence, with the belief that she had rights over his life. Do not bring my mother into this, he screamed, suddenly lunging from his chair. The guards outside tensed, their hands instinctively moving towards their weapons, ready to intervene. Sit down, Chloe ordered, her voice imbued with a supernatural calm that resonated with chilling authority. To my astonishment, Ethan Collins obeyed, sinking back into his seat, his rage momentarily deflated by her sheer force of will. We have recordings, Chloe said, her voice dropping to a low, chilling whisper, of your mother admitting what she did, threatening to do the same to me, with you on the side, listening, supporting her. She wasn't serious, he pleaded, desperate. Yes, she was serious. And deep down, you know it. You have always known it. That is why you never questioned the accident story. That is why you never really investigated how your father died. Ethan Collins crumbled, literally folding over the table, his body racked with gut-wrenching sobs. I don't know who I am without her, he admitted between tears, his voice raw with despair. I don't know how to be. She's all I have. And that, Chloe said, her voice laced with a profound, weary sadness, is precisely the tragedy. Because you could have been different. You could have chosen to be the man you pretended to be when we met. But you chose to be like her. What am I going to do? Ethan Collins asked, his voice now that of a lost, frightened child. What is going to become of me? I don't know. And honestly, Ethan Collins, it is no longer my problem. Chloe Bennett stood up, her stance radiating strength and finality. I came here for a reason. To tell you that I am no longer afraid of you. That I no longer blame myself for what you did to me. That I understand you were both victim and perpetrator. But that doesn't excuse what you did. I came to tell you that I am starting divorce proceedings, that I am going to recover my house, my money, my life. And that never, never again are you going to have power over me. Chloe Bennett, please don't go, he wailed, reaching a cuffed hand towards her. Goodbye, Ethan Collins. I hope one day, in some prison cell, you find the real therapy you need. Not for me, but for you, and for any woman who has the misfortune of crossing your path in the future. She turned around, her back straight and unyielding, and walked towards the door. Chloe Bennett, Ethan Collins screamed, his voice tearing, echoing through the room. I love you. I will always love you. She stopped at the door, her hand on the handle, but did not turn around. Love does not hurt, Ethan Collins. What you felt was never love. And then she left. When the heavy door closed behind her, I saw her transform. The shoulder she had held so rigidly tense throughout the entire excruciating conversation finally relaxed, visibly slumping. The tears she had so bravely held back finally fell, tracing paths down her cheeks. But they were not tears of sadness or despair. They were tears of pure, unadulterated liberation. I hugged her tightly in the hallway, pressing her head against my shoulder, while Ethan Collins's ragged screams continued to echo from the visiting room a desolate testament to his brokenness. "It's over," I whispered, rocking her gently. "It's over, my love." "Yes," she responded, her voice thick with emotion but firm. "It is over." That night, back in the quiet suburban house, Chloe Bennett went to Madison Harper's study, the very room where I'd spent so many sleepless nights seeking his silent counsel. I found her there, standing before his desk, gazing at his photograph. "Do you know what's the strangest thing?" she said without looking at me, her voice reflective. "During all these months, I thought Dad would feel disappointed in me for having married Ethan Collins, for not having seen the signs, for needing to be rescued. Your father would never have been disappointed in you," I said, walking to stand beside her, placing a comforting hand on her arm. "I know that now," she continued, a faint smile touching her lips. "Because Dad taught me what real love was. He showed me what a marriage should be. Mutual respect, unconditional support, constant kindness. That's why I knew something was wrong with Ethan Collins, because Dad set the standard, and Ethan Collins never came close to reaching it." She turned to me, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, Mom, for not giving up, for fighting when I couldn't, for being strong when I was broken." "Always, daughter," I responded, my voice thick with emotion. "Always." We hugged in that study, a room steeped in the comforting scent of old books and coffee, surrounded by the loving memories of a man who had taught us both what it meant to love correctly. The next day, we formally initiated divorce proceedings. We also filed additional criminal charges against Ethan Collins for destruction of property and felony threats, backed by the irrefutable security recordings. It was an open-and-shut case. Ethan Collins now faced multiple serious charges: domestic violence, violation of a restraining order, destruction of property, and documented threats. His family's high-powered lawyers scrambled, attempting to negotiate a plea, but this time there was no room for bargaining. The evidence was too clear, the crimes too brazenly obvious. But Rebecca Hayes remained. That insidious threat still loomed, free, awaiting trial for her participation as an accomplice in the psychological and physical violence against Chloe Bennett. And now, armed with Albert Harrison's testimony and those damning recordings confessing Ray's murder, the prosecutor's office was officially reopening that cold case investigation too. Justice, though slow, was finally beginning to uncoil. One afternoon, a week after the confrontation with Ethan Collins, my phone rang with an unexpected caller ID. It was Rebecca Hayes. "Attorney Vance," she said, her voice silken, familiar, and still the one I had learned to hate with a visceral intensity. "We need to talk." "We have nothing to talk about," I countered, my voice clipped. "On the contrary," she purred, unaffected. "We have a lot to talk about. My freedom, my son's future, and what I am willing to do to protect both things." "Are you threatening me?" "No, dear. I'm offering you a deal. I do not make deals with murderers." "How dramatic." "Listen, I know you have recordings. I know that traitor Albert sold me out. But I also know those recordings are not admissible in court. They were obtained illegally. They may not be directly admissible," I conceded, a flicker of satisfaction in my voice. "But they give grounds for a full, comprehensive investigation. And when that investigation ends, Rebecca, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. Maybe or maybe not. My family has resources, good lawyers, connections. We can prolong this for years, decades, if necessary. What is your point?" "My point is that we are both tired. You, your daughter, me, my son. All of us have lost something in this war. Wouldn't it be better for everyone if we simply ended this?" "Ow," I asked, playing along, though my stomach churned. "Withdraw the charges against Ethan Collins. Convince Chloe Bennett to accept an amicable divorce without compensation. And I will make sure the investigation regarding Ray stalls. We all go on with our lives." "Are you crazy?" I scoffed, a genuine laugh of disbelief escaping my lips. "Do you think I am going to let your son escape without consequences?" "Not without consequences," she corrected, her tone still unervingly calm. "With reduced consequences. 1 year in prison instead of 6. Mandatory therapy. A permanent restraining order. Something that allows him to rebuild his life eventually. He hit my daughter. He threatened her with death. He destroyed her property. and you have destroyed her life, her reputation, her career. Isn't that enough? For a moment, just a fleeting, vulnerable moment, I considered the proposal, not because I thought it was fair or just, but because I was tired. So deeply, profoundly tired of fighting, of the endless emotional drain. But then, Chloe Bennett's firm voice echoed in my mind, her words in that sterile prison room. Asterisk, love does not hurt. Asterisk, and I knew my answer, clear and unyielding. No, I said firmly, my voice unwavering. There is no deal. Ethan Collins, and you're going to face full justice. Without shortcuts, without negotiations, without family protection. That is a mistake, Attorney Vance. No, accepting your offer would be the mistake, because it would send a message that money and connections can buy impunity. And I have dedicated my life to proving the opposite. You're going to regret it. I doubt it. But Rebecca Hayes, there is something I want you to know. What? Ray is going to have justice. Finally, after 11 years, his death is going to be investigated appropriately. His name is going to be cleared, and you're going to face what you did to him. You cannot prove anything. I have your confession on audio. I have Albert's testimony. I have the original forensic reports with the doctor's notes. And I have something else. What? I have time. All the time in the world to make sure you pay. I hung up before she could respond, her indignant protests cut short. That night, sitting alone in the quiet garden of the house, looking up at the vast expanse of stars, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. Peace. Not because everything was resolved, the trials were still pending, battles still remained to be fought, but because finally, we had taken control of the narrative. We were no longer victims running from danger, cowering in fear. We were warriors, choosing our battlefield. And in that choice, in that silent, deliberate turn from fear to decisive action, we found our true strength. Chloe Bennett came out to the garden, a shawl wrapped around her, and sat down next to me on the bench. What are you thinking about? She asked softly, leaning her head on my shoulder. About your father, I admitted, a soft smile touching my lips. About how incredibly proud he would be of you. Of me. Why? Because you faced your abuser. You told him the truth. You freed yourself. That requires a courage most people never find in a lifetime. I learned it from you. No. I countered gently, pressing a kiss to her hair. You had it inside all along. I just helped you remember it. We stayed there, mother and daughter, under the benevolent gaze of the night sky, a quiet understanding passing between us. We had lost a lot in this grueling war. Friends, reputations, precious time, perhaps even a measure of our innocence. But we had gained something infinitely more valuable. We had gained our dignity back. And that, we decided that night, was enough. Ethan Collins's trial lasted 3 agonizing weeks. I was present every single day, a constant, unwavering presence. Chloe Bennett was there too, initially with a palpable fear clinging to her. But each day, she grew visibly firmer, more resolute. The defense attorneys tried every trick in the book. They alleged temporary mental disorder, argued that Chloe Bennett had provoked him, even presented dubious witnesses who claimed my daughter was manipulative. But the evidence was irrefutable. The crystal-clear security recordings, the damning medical reports documenting Chloe's injuries, the stark photographs of the destroyed house, and my own direct testimony as an eyewitness to that terrifying dinner. The jury deliberated for a mere 2 hours. Asterisk guilty on all charges. Asterisk 5 years in prison. A permanent restraining order. Mandatory psychological therapy. When the verdict was read, Ethan Collins didn't cry. He simply looked at Chloe Bennett with an utterly empty expression, as if he finally, truly understood that he had lost everything forever. Rebecca Hayes, sitting in the gallery, did cry, but they weren't tears of regret or sorrow. They were tears of impotent, seething rage. Her trial came 2 months later, an equally grueling ordeal. The reopening of the investigation into Ray Harrison's death had revealed far more than we had initially hoped for. Testimonies from neighbors who had never been heard, medical records demonstrating a clear pattern of unexplained injuries on Ray leading up to his death, and financial records detailing how Rebecca Hayes had systematically taken total control of her husband's accounts months before his supposed accident. And, of course, the recordings, those damn, irrefutable recordings where she confessed everything in chilling detail. Rebecca Hayes' lawyers fought with desperate ferocity. They argued the recordings were inadmissible as illegally obtained evidence. They claimed Albert's testimony was prejudiced and unreliable. They maintained there was no physical evidence after 11 years. But the judge, a formidable woman of 60 with an unyielding reputation for strictness in cases of domestic violence, allowed much of the crucial evidence to be presented. The trial lasted 5 grueling weeks. Each day was exhausting, painful, peeling back new, horrifying layers of Rebecca Hayes' profound darkness. The final verdict, guilty of intentional homicide in the degree of complicity for Chloe Bennett's case. Guilty of obstruction of justice for the brazen cover-up of Ray's death. 12 years in prison. When the judge read the sentence, Rebecca Hayes finally, spectacularly, lost her composure. She screamed, her voice shrill and piercing, calling the judge corrupt. She pointed a trembling, accusatory finger at me, screaming that I had destroyed her family. "You destroyed your own family," I responded calmly, my voice steady and unwavering amidst the chaos. "I just made sure you paid for it." They took her out of the courtroom handcuffed, still screaming threats and curses. But in her eyes, I saw something I hadn't seen before. Fear. Real, naked fear of what awaited her. 12 years in prison for a 64-year-old woman meant she would likely die there. And for the first time in this nightmare, watching her, I didn't feel satisfaction. Just a profound, aching sadness for all the pain this woman had caused, for the countless lives she had destroyed, including, ultimately, her own sons. 6 months after the trial, a letter arrived for Chloe Bennett. It was from Ethan Collins, postmarked from prison. She hesitated, holding the sealed envelope, her hands trembling slightly. We sat in the quiet kitchen for half an hour, simply staring at it. "Do you want me to open it?" I offered, sensing her apprehension. "No," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "I need to do it." She opened it with trembling hands. The letter was short, written by hand, the script uneven and shaky. "Chloe Bennett, asterisk, I do not expect you to read this. I do not expect you to forgive me. I just needed to write these words, even if they never reach you. I am in therapy, real therapy this time. I have started to understand what my mother did to me, what I did to you. The cycle of violence I repeated without even realizing. My therapist asked me last week if I was ever really happy in our marriage. It took me days to finally confront the truth, days of staring at the ceiling in my solitary cell, days of revisiting every interaction, every unspoken resentment. The answer, when it finally surfaced, was a chilling, undeniable no. It wasn't happiness I'd felt in our marriage, not in the way one truly connects with another soul. It was control, a cold, suffocating blanket of it that I mistook for security, for purpose, for love. And when that control began to slip, when the fragile illusion shattered, the terror that seized me was so profound, so primal, that it twisted into something monstrous, something violent. I had lashed out, just as I had witnessed, just as I had been taught, without ever truly understanding the monster I was becoming. I know, with a clarity that cuts deeper than any razor, that I will pass many years here within these walls. I deserve every single one, but I wanted you to know something before I vanish into this deserved obscurity. You were right. About everything. About the unspoken truth that haunted my childhood, the monstrous secret that festered beneath the surface of our lives. My mother killed my father. I knew it deep down in that primal part of my brain that shielded me from utter collapse. On some profound, terrifying level, I never wanted to recognize it, to acknowledge the horror. And so, I chose the easier path. I chose to become her. It was simpler than facing the agonizing truth of what she was, of what I was capable of. I do not ask for your forgiveness, Chloe. I have forfeited any claim to it. I do not deserve it. All I ask is that you live. Live fully, live freely. Find the happiness I was incapable of giving you. Find the kind of love that uplifts and cherishes. And if you ever have a daughter, teach her what I never learned, what was never taught to me. That love does not seek to control. It does not bruise, does not hit, does not break. Love does not destroy. It liberates. Ethan Collins. Chloe Bennett finished reading the letter, the paper growing damp beneath the silent cascade of her tears. The words were a stark, brutal confession, a window into a soul finally cracking open. She looked up at me, her eyes red-rimmed but clear. Do you think he's sincere? I paused, considering the raw honesty bleeding from the page. I think he is starting to see the truth, his truth. If that clarity turns into real change, only time will tell. Chloe looked back at the letter, her brow furrowed in thought. Should I respond? Do you want to? She thought for a long, heavy moment, the silence thick with unsaid emotions, old wounds, and new possibilities. No, she finally said, her voice firm. Anything I say to him now would make it about him, about his redemption, about his process. And I'm no longer part of his story. She folded the letter with deliberate, almost ritualistic precision, the creases sharp and final. Then she placed it in a small, lacquered box in her drawer, not to revisit it, but to contain it. I'm going to keep it, she explained, her voice barely a whisper, as a reminder that even monsters are human. Sick, broken, yes, but still human. That same month, the news began to trickle in, painting a picture of crumbling power. We received word about the Harrison family, the seemingly invincible dynasty that had once held sway over our lives. Judge Henry Harrison, Ethan Collins's uncle and the architect of so much injustice, resigned from his gilded position in disgrace. An internal investigation, spurred by the light we had dared to shine, revealed he had routinely abused his influence in multiple cases, not just ours, systematically twisting justice to his will. His prosecutor cousin also faced charges, accused of obstruction of justice, his career shattering into a million pieces. The family that had seemed so powerful, so untouchable, was now publicly crumbling, not by our direct, vengeful actions, but because finally, someone had dared to turn a light on their carefully constructed shadows. And roaches, as we know, always scurry and scatter when the light is turned on. Then came Christine Davis, Rebecca Hayes' friend, the woman who had called me in the early days, her voice dripping with thinly veiled threats and intimidation. She published a public apology on her Facebook page, a carefully crafted performance. She claimed she had been deceived, that she hadn't known the full truth, that she supported victims of violence. It was a lie, of course, a transparent, desperate attempt to salvage her tarnished reputation. I saw it, Chloe saw it, but we both ignored her. She was no longer worth our energy, our anger, our precious time. Her small, pathetic drama was irrelevant to our flourishing narrative. Chloe Bennett sold the house in the hills. The very thought of returning there, of breathing in the stale air heavy with memories of fear and violence, was nauseating. I understood completely. With the proceeds from the sale, combined with the substantial compensation the judge had ordered Ethan Collins to pay, she bought a small but incredibly bright apartment downtown. A new place, a fresh start, untainted by lingering specters or painful memories. A place without ghosts. I helped her decorate it, reveling in the process. New furniture, bright, hopeful colors on the walls, vibrant plants thriving in every sunlit window. It is mine, she declared the day she moved in, a radiant smile lighting up her face. Completely, utterly mine. No one can destroy it. No one can take it from me. Exactly. I affirmed, my heart swelling with pride. Exactly. But true karmic justice, in its most unexpected and potent form, was yet to arrive. 1 year after Rebecca Hayes entered prison, I received a call from the warden. Rebecca Hayes had suffered a severe stroke. She survived, but the damage was irreversible. She was left partially paralyzed, her once imperious body now utterly dependent. The woman who had manipulated every string, who had controlled everything and everyone in her orbit, who had exercised absolute power over her family, now required constant assistance for the most basic activities: eating, dressing, moving. Is it terrible that I don't feel pity? Chloe Bennett asked me, her voice troubled, when I relayed the news. I considered her question carefully. No, it's human, I responded. She never felt pity for her victims, not for a moment. But you know what, Chloe? I don't feel happy for her suffering either. That, I said, is what makes you different from her. That is what makes you better. Life, we discovered, truly has a poetic and often brutal way of collecting its debts. Ethan Collins, the man who had used his physical strength to dominate and control, now lived confined to a cell where he had no control over anything at all. Rebecca Hayes, the woman who had systemically stripped Ray of his mobility and ultimately his life, had now lost her own. And us, the ones who had been pushed, beaten, threatened, silenced, now walked free. It wasn't revenge we felt, but a profound sense of balance. The universe, in its slow, deliberate way, had finally found its middle point. 2 years after the arrest that shattered our world and set us free, Chloe Bennett had truly begun to flourish. She found a new job at a smaller company, but with a boss who genuinely valued her talent and, crucially, respected her boundaries. She started going out with her friends again, rediscovering the simple joys of laughter and companionship. Some of the old ones, who had vanished during her darkest days, returned, offering hesitant, belated apologies for their abandonment. Chloe, with a newfound wisdom, forgave them, but wisely kept a respectful distance. She had learned, through bitter experience, who her true allies were. She even started dating someone new, a doctor she had met at a conference. He was gentle, patient, and, most importantly, without any need to control her. He is so different, Mom, she told me one afternoon, her eyes shining, as we drank coffee in her bright new apartment. He asks my opinion. He respects when I say no. He encourages me to spend time with my friends, to pursue my passions. She paused, a small, thoughtful smile playing on her lips. It's so strange that this is normal, that this is how it should always be. I know that now. Thanks to you, Mom, and thanks to Dad, for showing me what real love looks like. As for me, the professional storm had finally passed. My law license was never suspended. The disciplinary hearing, a dark cloud that had loomed over my career, was officially closed without any action taken. My firm not only survived the arduous IRS audit, but emerged stronger, without a single problem. And more importantly, more profoundly, I began to receive calls. 5 different women reached out, their voices hesitant at first, then gaining strength. They told me that my case with Chloe Bennett had given them the courage, the sheer audacity, to report their own abusers. I saw how you fought for your daughter, one of them confided, her voice trembling with emotion. And I thought, if a successful lawyer, a respected professional, had no shame in admitting her daughter was a victim, then I shouldn't have it either. That was my real payment. Not money, not public recognition, not accolades from my peers. It was knowing that our nightmare, our agonizing struggle, had not been in vain. It had lit a path, however faint, for others still lost in the darkness. One quiet afternoon, 3 years after that fatal dinner that changed everything, Chloe Bennett and I visited Madison Harper's grave. We brought fresh flowers, brilliant yellow daisies, and meticulously cleaned the weathered tombstone, tracing the familiar letters of his name. We sat on the soft grass next to it, the gentle breeze rustling through the nearby trees. "Hi, Dad," Chloe whispered, her voice a soft caress. "Sorry I haven't come in a while. I've been busy rebuilding my life. I want you to know I'm okay." She took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on his name. "Finally, truly okay. I have a job I love, a purpose that feels right. I have true friends, the kind who stand by you no matter what. And I met someone, Dad. Someone who treats me like you treated Mom. With respect, with kindness, with an easy, honest love." She turned to me, a radiant smile on her face, and continued, addressing her father, but looking into my eyes. And Mom was exactly who you always said she was. A warrior. My hero. I wiped away a tear that had silently tracked down my cheek, a tear born of both grief and profound gratitude. "We miss you," Chloe said, her voice catching slightly. "We miss you every single day, but I think you'll be proud of us, of how we survived, of how we fought." The wind blew softly, a gentle sigh through the leaves of the nearby trees. And for a moment, just a fleeting moment, I could swear I heard Madison Harper's familiar, comforting laugh. That deep, rumbling laugh that said, asterisk, "Of course I'm proud. I always have been." Asterisk, we left the cemetery holding hands, mother and daughter, walking side by side towards the future. A future unburdened by fear, unmarred by violence. A future where we no longer had to look over our shoulders. Justice had been served. Not perfect, because human justice never truly is, but sufficient. And karma, that cosmic balance we so often find hard to believe in, had done its part with unwavering precision. The ones who caused unimaginable pain now lived in their own torment. And the ones who had suffered, pushed to the brink of despair, now walked free, their spirits unbroken. That is how the universe works, we discovered. Slow, imperfect, but ultimately inevitable. The truth always finds its way. And justice, though it may be delayed, always, eventually, arrives. Today marks 5 years since that dinner. 5 years since my blood ran cold, hearing the sickening applause that celebrated violence against my daughter. 5 years since I dialed that number, my finger trembling, and irrevocably changed the course of our lives forever. I am sitting now in my garden, the very same one where Madison Harper lovingly grew his herbs. The rosemary, finally pruned, stands tall and fragrant. The thyme, once unruly, is now under control. The plants he loved so dearly now grow orderly, healthy, revived, mirroring our own journey back to life. Chloe Bennett comes to visit me every Sunday, no longer out of obligation for a roast dinner, though sometimes I still prepare one in Madison Harper's honor. She comes simply because she wants to, because our relationship is no longer defined by trauma, but by the deep, enduring love that was always there, just waiting to be rediscovered. Today, she brought someone with her. "Mom," she says, a radiant smile lighting up the entire garden. "I'd like to introduce you to Daniel. It's the doctor she met 2 years ago, the gentleman who treats her exactly as she always deserved to be treated." I watch him carefully as he greets me. The way his eyes, kind and steady, meet Chloe Bennett's. The way he subtly waits for her to speak first. The way he maintains a respectful distance until she implicitly invites him closer. I see it all. I see respect. I see patience. I see real love. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Vance," he says, his sincerity unmistakable. "Chloe Bennett has told me so much about you, about everything you did for her." I just did what any mother would do, I reply, a familiar sentiment. "No," says Chloe Bennett, taking my hand, her grip firm and reassuring. "Not any mother. Many mothers look the other way. Many mothers choose to believe the lies because the truth is too painful to bear. But you didn't. You never looked the other way. We eat lunch together in the garden, the conversation light, the laughter genuine. Daniel shares stories of his work at the hospital, his dedication evident in every word. Chloe Bennett talks animatedly about her new project at the pharmaceutical company, one that could help make essential medicines more accessible in rural communities. I'm returning to my purpose, she tells me, her eyes bright with passion. To do science that matters, that helps people. Your father would be so proud, I say, my voice thick with emotion. I know, she replies, a soft smile on her face. I feel he's watching me, that both of them are watching us. After lunch, Daniel, ever the gentleman, kindly offers to wash the dishes. Chloe Bennett and I stay in the garden alone for a moment, basking in the warm afternoon sun. Is it serious? I ask, my heart thrumming with anticipation. Yes, she responds, a shy, utterly joyful smile spreading across her face. Very serious. Mom, he asked me to marry him. My heart skips a beat. Not of fear this time, not a flicker of the old dread. This time, it's a boundless, soaring hope. And what did you say? I asked, barely breathing. I said I needed time. Not because I have any doubts about him, not about Daniel, but because I need to make sure I am ready. That I have healed enough, truly healed. That, I say, taking her hands in mine, is exactly the right answer. It shows you have learned. It shows you know your worth, Chloe. I also told him that before I could ever say yes, I needed him to know my whole story. The violence, the trial, everything. I don't want any secrets in this relationship. And how did he react? He hugged me. She recounts, her eyes glistening. He told me that nothing in my past changed how he felt about me. He said he admired my strength, my resilience. He said he would be honored to spend his life showing me how a woman should be treated. My eyes fill with tears, overflowing now, not of sorrow, but of pure, unadulterated joy. Then you have my blessing, my dearest daughter. Whenever you are ready. Thank you, Mom, she says, squeezing my hands tight. For everything. For never giving up on me. For showing me I deserve better. For saving my life. You saved your own life, daughter. I correct her gently, my voice thick. I just gave you the tools. We stay silent for a moment, simply listening to the wind rustling through the trees, the chirping of birds, the comforting sounds of the ordinary life we almost lost. Do you know what I've been thinking lately? Chloe Bennett says, breaking the quiet. What? About all the women who didn't have the luck I had. The ones who don't have a lawyer mother. The ones who don't have resources. The ones trapped without a visible exit. I think about them all the time. I've been considering something. I want to use my story publicly to help others. I look at her, surprised by the sudden, monumental shift. Are you sure? That means exposing yourself again, reliving the trauma in the public eye. I know, Mom. But if my story, even just one part of it, can help a single woman recognize the signs, to have the courage to report, to know that there is life after abuse, then it's worth it. Every single painful memory. My daughter. My beautiful, brave daughter. Then we will do it together. I declare my resolve hardening. I will support you every step of the way. Daniel comes out of the kitchen then, drying his hands with a towel. Do I interrupt something important? He asks, his smile easy. No, says Chloe Bennett, getting up, her hand finding his. We were just finishing, ready to go when you are. They say their goodbyes, and I watch them walk away, hand in hand, toward their car. And for the first time in 5 long years, I feel a complete and utter peace settle over me. My daughter didn't just survive, she flourished. That night, alone at home, I open my laptop. I have been writing these memoirs for months, in stolen moments and late nights. The full story, every agonizing detail. Not for me, not for my own catharsis, but for the others. For the women sitting at family dinners, feeling an insidious wrongness, but unable to name it. For those who receive the first blow and wonder if they are exaggerating, if it was somehow their fault. For those who love their abusers and hate themselves for it, trapped in a cruel paradox. For the mothers who suspect, whose instincts scream, but are afraid to ask, afraid to shatter the fragile peace. I write the last line, my fingers flying across the keyboard, a fervent prayer flowing through them. Asterisk, if my story helps a single woman open her eyes, it will have been worth it. Every tear, every battle, every sleepless night. Asterisk, because in the end, it is not about revenge. It is about justice. And justice begins when someone, somewhere, says no more. I said no more that night in that dining room. When will you say it? I closed the laptop, the screen going dark. Tomorrow, I will send it to be published. Tomorrow, another battle will begin, this time to change hearts and minds, to shift perspectives. But tonight, I allow myself to simply be a 62-year-old woman, a mother, a lawyer, a widow, a survivor. I pour myself a cup of coffee, the last of the special blend Madison Harper taught me to make, and I toast in silence. To my husband, who taught me what true love was, a gentle and unwavering force. To my daughter, who found her indomitable strength in the darkest corners of her suffering. To all the women who came before us, fearlessly opening paths through the wilderness of injustice. And to all who will come after, walking the paths we helped create. Violence did not win. Fear did not win. Corrupt power did not win. We won. Two women who steadfastly refused to be silenced, who refused to be destroyed, who refused to accept that violence was their inescapable destiny. And in that rejection, in that unwavering resistance, we found something infinitely more precious than any legal victory. We found our voice, our dignity, our freedom. If you're listening to this, if you recognize your story, even a fragment of it, in mine, I want you to know something. You're not alone. You're not crazy. It is not your fault. And yes, there is a way out. And maybe you do not see it now. And maybe you feel trapped, engulfed by despair. And maybe you love the person who hurts you, and that confusion feels like an inescapable prison. All of that is normal. But listen to me well. You deserve love that does not hurt. You deserve respect that does not condition. You deserve to live without fear. And when you are ready, when you finally say no more, there will be people there to help you. Lawyers, counselors, shelters, families, friends. And maybe you lose things on the way. I lost friendships, my carefully cultivated reputation, years of peace. But I gained something infinitely more important. I gained my daughter back, and she gained her life. So, thank you for listening to the very end. Thank you for allowing me to share this story, a story I kept hidden for too long. If this story touched your heart, please subscribe and activate the bell to hear more stories of women who transformed their pain into wisdom. Every day, a woman, a life lesson. Share this story with someone you love. Sometimes a story like this can change a whole day. Sometimes it can change a whole life. God bless you. And remember, true love never hurts. Never. Until next time, with love, Eleanor Vance, a mother who saved her daughter and a daughter who saved her own.